Well, I say we get started. Howdy, folks. That's folks with an X, by the way. My name is Travis, Super Trav Travioli if you're feeling spicy, and welcome to TravTalks. TravTalks is a show. That's all you get. I'm not telling you anything else. Figure it out. Figure it out for yourself. I'm just kidding. This is my only stream this week, so I'm like, I want to like get the goof on, but I know it's also TravTalks. TravTalks is a show where I've been getting creators on from kind of all over, some and getting their kind of perspective on certain types of things that they generally are a little bit more of an expert in than I am. And I very much enjoy talking to creators about mental health. As myself, I am a mental health therapist, a child and teen therapist, if we're being specific. And so I really appreciate you all for being here. Thank you for being a part of this. This is episode 6 of season 2. What an asshole that this guy has 2 seasons of a show. But I really appreciate you all for being here. There is a Q&A at the end. So if you have questions and you want them answered, whether they have anything to do with what we've talked about or not, if you want to ask me a question, kind of me and the guest a question, feel free. So I really appreciate you all being here. We're definitely going to hop right into it. Tonight we have on a trying to remember how they described themselves. It was a long-time viewer, first-time caller. So I was very, very excited to get this person on, as we've known each other for a long time, but it's just one of those things. It was like a connection thing, and that's just kind of how the world of content creation works. That and time zones. So feel free to ask any questions that you like. My mods are keeping track of any questions that feel pertinent to what we're talking about, or maybe not. I don't know. We keep track of them all. Every single question that you think of. So let's get our guest in here. A little voice in the sky right now. Are you there, Ghost? Hello? Huh? Maybe not.
Hello. I am here.
Oh yeah.
Calling from the abyss.
From the abyss, aka
Taco Bell trash can.
a drawn couch. That's Sivernetika, everybody.
Hello, Trav. Hello,
Hi.
chat.
We got some kitty cats on this couch. We've got stuff on the bookshelf. Have you ever seen such an organized bookshelf?
I organized it just for you today.
I don't believe you.
It's just set that way. Like, I can't make it any messy.
You know what? I bet you could. We just start cutting out a bunch of PNGs and just slapping them all over. But
Yeah.
But hi, welcome.
Hi, hello. I wasn't nervous until now.
What? I know, we were just talking about it right before.
I know. I'm fine.
We're cool. It's chill.
Yeah.
We cool. Well, would you like a chance to introduce yourself rather than my introduction?
Oh, you have something? I kind of want to hear it now. I do have something prepared.
Oh, well, if you got something prepared, feel free.
So my name is Sivernetika. I go by Cyber, like Cyberpunk, or Henry if you're certain people. I'm located in Chicago, Illinois. Midwest hype baby, corn and bread. I am a Gemini. #duality baby. I am both sour and sweet, cuddly and spiky. And
Like
I also have
Kid.
both daddy issues and mommy issues.
Me too.
Talk about 2 of everything. What else? What else can I say about me?
What
I got
else?
a couple of tattoos and 11 piercings and one superpower.
You would never know about the piercings or the tattoos.
No, you would never know. However, my Twitch profile pic is my Snapchat emoji
Mm-hmm.
that I am able to like add on piercings and stuff.
It's true.
But I don't use that one that much, which is funny. But
That's fair. That's fair. And I personally don't like Snapchat, so I feel it.
I honestly only use it because I have a couple of streaks going.
Oh, it's the
But
streaks?
besides that, yeah. But besides that, you would not see me using it
It's about the streaks, though.
ever. Yeah, it is.
All right. I get it. Is that where you take like that's because then if you just got streaks going at a certain point, you just take like a picture like of your freaking nostril, and then it's like,
Yeah.
all right, there you go.
Yeah. It gets to that point. But
Like how many pictures? I mean, it's not like it's a bad thing to get pictures of animals, but like how many can you take?
honestly, it depends because my cats don't always want to stay still for pictures.
Right.
So
But it doesn't matter because you just have to send something, right?
yeah, you just have to send something.
There's something. It's got to be an equal exchange.
Hmm.
For you old heads out there, Snapchat used to be for nudies. And technically still is.
I was gonna say, I'm like, isn't it still is? Unless that's changed, but I feel like they've definitely changed it geared it more towards using it for that. But
Right.
yeah. Oh no. Um. Yeah, I've not had that kind of streaks.
Okay, that's fair.
But
That's fair. But that was a great introduction, by the way. Much better than anything I was gonna say. So we want to do. We had a couple of ideas when we were talking before, and trying to figure out kind of like, would there be a certain subject? Would there be kind of like a subject matter? Obviously, we can talk about kind of anything because it's just a talk show. We can talk about whatever we feel like. But I kind of wanted to start with just like that content creation journey. Something that came up that I was kind of thinking about was like, for a long time, like you didn't really stream. You were just kind of like purely a viewer. And what kind of got you jumped on? And then also as kind of like a question 1B, like what made you want to do PNG tuber as opposed to show your pretty face?
I was a viewer for about a year. And the only reason I love telling the story. The only reason I opened a Twitch account was so that I can see a gamer that I was watching on Reddit.
Oh,
that it would be like they would do like a short stream, and it would be on rare instances that I could catch them because it was really just like, it's not like Twitch where you can like look up somebody and
right.
be able to see that they're live. So I was like, one day I just kind of finally had it, and I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna make my Twitch account because I wanna. They were playing Donkey Kong.
Which one?
So I was like, the first one.
Oh, classic. Okay, love it.
Yeah. So it was a retro gamer. It's a retro gamer. So I was like, I need to know if he finishes the level or not.
Right.
So I did my account, and I didn't know what Twitch was, and I only just this person, and I don't know, I just got involved, and I was just a viewer for the longest time until I did a couple of co-op streams with Benjamin Volio, and people were like, "Hey, you're kind of funny. Like, you can totally stream and be successful or whatever."
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay, I guess. And so I tried it, and I mean, I've been doing it since like 2021.
Yeah.
I know like my first year it was like on and off just because like just having a consistent schedule and stuff.
No doubt.
You really have to like figure that out, and I had a lot of, I mean I still do, a lot of like real life stuff that like I'm not at home that I gotta go do and take
Sure.
care of.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that it's just now I have like a consistent schedule and stuff, so it's just you've seen me and more active or on as before. But and you said your follow-up question, your 1A or 1B.
1B, whatever. Yeah.
Um
What made
oh,
you
the
go with
reason
a
I'm
PNG tuber as opposed to the face?
as opposed to the face, I didn't actually have a camera when I started. So I was like, or I didn't have a good enough camera. I felt like, so it didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, so I feel like someone's just because I wasn't comfortable. So while I'm gorgeous, by the way. I mentally have always struggled with my self-image, and it's taken me a real long time to get at a good place about it.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was like, do I do camera? Do I not do camera? What does that entail with? Like, because I've seen, even though like the little bit I've seen, there's just always that focus on looks, man, woman, like whatever, just who's ever on camera.
Right.
And I'm just like, I don't need that kind of stress. And that's kind of what delayed me like streaming right away.
Yeah.
But then someone was like, you know, you don't have to be on camera. You can be just a voice, or like if you want some people to see something, you can be a VTuber. And I was like, okay. So I looked into that, and VTubing is a lot more complicated than you think.
Oh, I have a PNG tuber, but every time I've used it, at least someone's been like, "Why aren't you on camera?" And I'm like, "Well."
Yeah. So after that, I think I reached out to Eggroll Buddy to kind of help me set up instead of VTuber, a PNG tuber, which is it's still a bit complicated. There are some like things you have to set up and stuff, but it's a lot less stressful than having to set up a whole rig with VTubing and like having a DSLR camera and tracking and all this stuff. So
Right, setting up the model and rigging and all that stuff.
yep. So after that, I kind of got that set up, and here I am. I've gone through a couple of iterations of my PNG.
Yeah.
Also, but for now, I think this one reflects where I'm at.
It's a good one. It's a good one. And true to life as you are eating your nondescript chips and nondescript soda drink.
Yes. I hope we don't get. I hope we don't get a cease and desist.
Doubtful. Doubtful. You think I'm popular enough for that? Come on now. Come on now.
Yeah. You got 2 seasons, my dude.
It's because I. All right. You know, I can't argue with that. That's a good point. That's a good point. The people demanded it, except for 2 people on Twitter who were like, "No." But it doesn't tell you who voted for what. So either someone was messing with me, or it's like one of those like polls that just
was it
shows
like
up.
a poll? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm like, wait, how could you know if it was 2 people? But yeah, it only gives you the numbers.
Yeah. And I was kind of like, well, no one said why they didn't want it, so you're getting it.
Joke's on you.
Joke's on you. I got all 3 of the Golden Girls on my show at this point.
Yeah. I think Ashley was the first one, right? And then Carly was just recently.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's me.
Now it's you. Yeah, Shlee was a while ago, and then Carly and I tried to do it for like a year and a half and then finally figured it out. You know, life.
I mean, time zones in life really is like the crutch in having online friends or like
Yes.
Discord and Twitch universe, because like, okay, you're 2 hours ahead. No, I'm 1 hour behind.
Right.
Oh, like it's legit like Tetris, but time zones. It's like
Yeah.
time.
That's what makes like some of the collaborations a little more difficult, because like also, and I'm not this way because I'm a late night boy, but there's like some people are like, I can't stay up late, like I got work at 6 a.m. so I got to be at bed at like 9, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But they're 2 hours ahead of me, so it's like, okay, so we got to start at like 6ish. No, we got to start at like 5 my time, but I'm not even off till like 4, so it definitely.
Yeah, definitely. It's definite. Like even all three of us, we all literally are in 3 separate time zones,
Right.
and it's like, let's get together and just not even stream together. Let's just play games, and it's like,
Right.
okay, who can what,
Yeah.
when. So it's definitely a challenge, but the good thing about like us Golden Girls is that we it doesn't matter what time of day it is, like we still manage to talk to each other every single day.
Yeah.
And like we might not talk to each other, but at least like even texting, that's
Right.
really what's like just held our bond together. Yes, we are, Shlee. Which I want to say, the person who brought us all together, I think it was Ashley.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think me and Carly were talking to her about the same stuff, and she did a group chat, and next thing you know, we're sharing a Discord just because we love each other so much.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was like, because I remember being told specifically about your Discord and joining up with it and thinking, I'm like, wow, that's such like a cool idea. Because like practically anyway, every streamer has like their own Discord, and then you like,
Yep.
like I recently, I like about a month or so ago, like left what felt like a billion Discords.
I tend to do a purge of Discords every so often, and I try to keep it under a certain number, because not only are there Discords for the streamer that you're watching, but also for the games you play.
Yeah.
Do you know Minecraft has its own Discord with its own emotes and shit? Like,
what is Minecraft? I don't.
Lethal Company has their own Discord with their own like, I honestly just joined the gaming emote for the gaming Discord for the emotes.
Makes sense to me. You're like, because I need specifically
Yes.
these emotes.
Yeah, I do.
I am going to mute the server, but the rest of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember thinking to myself, like, that's such a cool idea, because all three of you are content creators in your own right. You know, you all have like your different kind of styles and your own, like, I do Twitch streaming and we also do Twitch streaming, but like I also kind of go on this route and I go on this route, and I think that's really cool. So I was just like, how cool is that to have pretty much every one of you on such like a level of friendship, especially in the content creation zone where a lot of it ends up being like competitive weirdly.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. And I feel like just us being women in that sense, it's always like, that's the first thing that it's set to
Mm-hmm.
being pinned against each other.
Yeah.
And it's really funny because we're all supporting each other. Like, we were already in each other's discords, like posting and like
Mm-hmm.
just being active and stuff. And again, Ashley's like, why don't we just combine? We're all decently small streamers where this is a doable thing.
Right.
And I think I've only seen one other Discord where they've had like, I think 5 content creators
Oh yeah.
in
Okay.
that Discord. And it's worked out. Like, I've seen it, and it could be overwhelming, but honestly, it's just a matter of it being organized
Mm-hmm.
and having the right pings for the things you want in the Discord that really help it not be too overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it just happened to work for us because we really like each other. We want to support each other.
Yeah.
We want to be active in each other's community.
Right.
And
And it's like, well, if you like Cyber, then you're gonna like Carly, and if you like Carly, you're gonna like Schlee, and if you like Schlee, you're gonna like Cyber. Like it's just like this like perfect little circle.
yeah, or if because I feel like we all have our own strong suits also.
Yeah. Definitely.
We're like just slightly different enough where if I'm not playing something you want to watch, or I'm not doing something that you want to participate in, you got Carly, you got Schlee. And again, it's like they're not doing something that you're not really into.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 other people you can choose from.
Right.
Like, you got options.
Right. You're just like, well, I mean, if you're gonna like, you're likely gonna like us, but of course, yeah, everyone's got their own kind of strong suits, and if like, because something that's so like specifically about you that I always remember is, it's anytime like Final Fantasy is brought up, and you're just like, ugh, whatever, like not for me. But weirdly, you like run in these circles that are like really Final Fantasy heavy.
Yes, I know. That's the running joke, I guess, for me, that even though I'm not into Final Fantasy, somehow I'm just always in that circle of Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I have no idea how did I get here? But I am.
Yeah.
I will say though, I think Ashley doesn't also like Final Fantasy, but I'm more vocal about it.
Sure.
And have a running bit than she does, so I get more flack about it.
Wow. We're just learning about all the Golden Girls. Maybe we'll just make this a tea sesh.
I mean, it's public knowledge if you go and know where to look. I'm just saying.
Okay. Ooh, little investigatory. All right. I like that. Yeah, it's very but yeah, the thing that really it was I mean, like, that was almost inspiring just to see, because there's so much weird competitiveness even amongst us, like, quote unquote small streamers. Like what, why are we all like fighting? Like, if you succeed, I'm really I want to be happy for you. Like, that doesn't take away from, say, that feeling of just like, man, I'm like a little, like, I feel like a little jealous or some kind of feeling there, but it's not to say like it's gone forever, right? Like, we could just we could still be homies.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like jealousy is a natural like feeling to have.
Yeah.
Because like you're comparing yourself to someone else. So that kind of brings it out. And it's really easy to just fall into like that negative mindset of things. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's like, oh, this person is cool and I want to get to know them more and like be their friend. And again, sometimes it works out great and sometimes it doesn't. It's nobody's fault, you know? But yeah, it's always, I don't know, Twitch is weird where it has that bad like part of it about like the competitiveness and the numbers and the likes and the views and like
Mm-hmm.
all of that stuff. But if you don't let it get to you, you can find some really great people to like hang and like be part of a great community.
Yeah. Like you can create like the community that surrounds you to the best of your ability. Obviously there's going to be, and we talked about this a little bit before stream started, was about like the quote unquote weirdos. But as you said, and I agree with this, there's the good weirdos, the ones we like.
Yeah.
And the not so good weirdos.
Yeah. The not so good weirdos. Yeah, I consider myself a weirdo.
Yeah. Big same.
Like, you won't, like, again, it doesn't come off right away. And like PNG aside, I just don't share that part with people a lot, even in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Up until there's like something that kind of is a catalyst to bring that out or to like share that part of myself. But I feel like everyone has a little bit of weird in them.
Oh yeah.
But it's just, to what extreme is it?
Yeah, what's something that I kind of like to teach the, like, especially like middle schoolers is generally where I see this the most, was like embrace that weirdness a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like a lot of the times, as of late, what I like to do is words that seem to be like a negative thing out in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I want to reel that in and be like, it doesn't have to be quote unquote bad word or a negative connotation about something. Like, we can always make it be something else. That it's gonna catch on, I have no idea, but and I love the fact that you are teaching middle schoolers that, because I feel like we're told so many times, don't be yourself, hide your true self, hide the weird, hide, like, don't show your true colors type of thing.
Right.
Which is really sad because I feel like there's a lot of really cool people, but they hide themselves because they were told not to.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's something to be said for, like, I mean, like, kids are mean as hell. Like they know how to pick those insecurities, and it's because they have those insecurities themselves generally. And I found that, like, kind of working with these kids and just being like, I'm happy you're weird. I feel like if you were the most basic definition of normal, obviously in quotes, it's like that just doesn't lend itself to like individuality. And,
yeah, not at all.
Yeah, and
not at all, and it's so sad.
Yeah, and being a part of like that weird, maybe part of a subculture or part of a something that kind of goes against like the societal norms. For instance, having painted nails and long hair as a dude, like those kinds of things, like can create this like, well, it's my thing, and nobody has to like not everybody necessarily has to like it, but I do.
Yeah, as a former people pleaser and as a former like person that was told how to be and how to act, it's taken me a long time to like get out of that mindset of you have to be normal, and what is normal, and like, again, what traditional roles I should be playing, because that's what normal is, you know?
Yeah. What in your experience, what has been like people telling you what is quote unquote normal?
Um,
Or do you have like an example from your world?
oh, I have so many examples. I'm just trying to like, where do I start? Well, like for one, being, uh, being a girl, it's like I'm not allowed to like certain things,
Mm-hmm.
or, uh, going back to like a reason why I have mother issues. It's like, because I have, I'm the only woman in my family. I have 4 brothers. So for
Oh,
me, it was always like, you can't always participate in what your brothers are doing because you have the expectations of what a girl should be doing in her free time,
sure.
or what I should be doing, like in general, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's always very much like, oh, you should be in the kitchen, or you should be taking care of your little brother. And that's like the normal thing because that's what you're supposed to be doing versus being outside and just being a kid and having fun.
Right. Cause obviously girls are meant to stay inside and always look pretty and never be dirty and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So interesting you have 4 brothers because I have 4 sisters. So
Oh my gosh, no.
and
I know
I'm the only boy as well. So
I've I know I heard you talk about a sister before, but I didn't know it was 4. So that's so funny.
yeah, I
That
got
is so
4 of them.
hilarious.
4 of them.
Yeah. And I love my brothers. Like, no shade to them or anything.
Nah, none.
I love my brothers. I love my little brother. It's my little brother's the one that I have more stuff in common with, but we're closer in age.
Yeah.
Um, but again, it was more of like the set standards of this is what it's like very gender divided
Right.
in a sense, and it's like, and that's the normal thing to be doing, and it's like, but I don't wanna.
Yeah. Yeah. So like as somebody who's AFAB for you, like there's very like a world of you got to fit in this box. And
Yeah.
earlier you had mentioned like mommy and daddy issues, which like snaps. Does that come from the folks as well, or is that from like people in your life? Is that from like mom and dad exclusively? Maybe your brothers?
Um, Mom and dad exclusively. So my parents are divorced.
Mm-hmm.
They got divorced when I was like 3 or 4. And growing up, going to school, there wasn't a lot of talk about that because mostly everyone had both of their parents.
Oh my gosh, I relate so hard, but keep going.
Yeah. Oh, I have a story to tell you, but yeah, it's mostly about that. We stayed with my mom, um, and like not having my dad there and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like just really fucked with me my idea of like normal and stuff because again what I was taught in school and what I was shown out in the public, it's like TV and out in the real world,
Right.
it's like, oh, kids are supposed to have their 2 parents, and how come your dad isn't there? Or Father's Day is a fucking like so hard.
Sure. Yeah.
um it's like, oh, make your dad a card. It's like, well, I don't have a dad, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? And it's like, oh, do you have a brother? And I was like, yeah, I have 4 of them. Or back then when my little brother wasn't born, I had 3 of them.
Right.
It's like, yeah, so just write it like you would for your brother. And I was just like, okay. And that would be Father's Day for me whenever that topic would come in hand. So
Right.
that because of that reason, I have father issues, and a little bit more so just that relationship with him.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother, like, my mother's my mother's a trip, love her to death, but a lot of people have told me I probably shouldn't be so forgiving
Hmm.
with her, but we can get into that later if you want.
Well, it, as if you're trying to goad me into therapy, I don't think so. But yeah, it's there's that learning curve of growing up like in a very different way from the rest of like I guess the normalcy of the
The
kids.
norm.
Yeah. Like I had the same thing. Like my dad was like kind of around when I was in like elementary school, and then like middle school happened and he got into trouble a whole bunch, and then people would be like, people would say just like, well, like is your dad at home? And I'm like, my dad's in jail. What are you talking about? Like,
Yeah.
what do you mean? So it didn't like that was like a thing for me. Like it felt so normal because my parents, like you said, you were like 3 or 4 and I was not even a year old. So that it was normal for me.
Yeah.
Mom's house, there's dad's house.
Yeah, and it was always just that divide or that time of like, you're spending time with your dad today because it is his time with you or whatever. And if he doesn't show up, like, don't get your feelings hurt because he didn't show up, type of deal, you know what I mean? So it's very much that, and it's again like something that really wasn't talked about or seen a lot, and it's like, why do I have to live this way when this is not the normal that everyone talks about or shows me?
Right. Well, I mean, and like you said, like there was like I remember pretty much every movie growing up, mom and dad.
Yeah. Mom and dad.
Like,
yep.
Like, and the only possible reason that there would only be one of the parents is because the other one was dead. Not because they hated each other.
I was gonna say the only time you would see, oh, this one has a one parent household. What happened? Oh,
Dead.
the other parent died.
Yeah,
And
they're
I was
dead.
like, well, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
Like, he's not dead.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, he should be. Golly, he's a cockroach,
You know,
man.
right. So before I keep on bashing, I will say, so the reason my parents divorced was because my dad was a drunk.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure there's like more drug abuse in there somewhere, but mainly just that he was a piece of shit of a person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, that's who he was or whatever. He now, at age 60 something,
Mm-hmm.
he's now sober, and I have a relationship with him, or something of it, because we're both bad at texting and calling each other, but there's that. But it's taken so many years to get to that point. And
No
again,
doubt.
the only reason would be is because he's now sober. Like, he realized that and turned his life around and is like, yeah, maybe I was an asshole. I should not. Maybe I should sober up.
I mean, that's kind of like that, like, hope that a lot of people hold on to, especially when it comes to addiction. It's just like, well, if he can stay clean, or if he can stay sober, like it is very like that, like they'll be better, like they'll be okay. But the reality is, like, there's also dry drunks,
Oh yeah. And it's really funny because even now, like, my relationship with him is kind of superficial.
Okay.
It's very like, hi, hello, how are you? Not really.
Nice weather.
Yeah, not really anything more than that.
Yeah.
And I just feel like we both looked at each other and we came to this agreement where we're gonna keep the past in the past and try to have a relationship from now on.
Sure.
And not ask each other about like how we felt in the past and stuff. Because again, at the end of the day, I wanted to have a relationship with my dad, and the only thing stopping me was just holding on to that anger that was not going to serve me or him towards that goal. So, but
Got it. Got it. And is that something that you kind of like, because like first, yeah, like mad props to you for like even getting to that point, but let alone like, is that something that you came to on your own? Was that like through therapy? Was that like,
oh, that was definitely a little bit of both, through therapy and on my own.
mhm,
So it was very much like I mean, I'm an angry person. I'm angry for so long, but
yeah,
again, it wasn't serving me. It wasn't helping me. It hurt me even more so than whatever I was already. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna let it go.
yeah,
And years passed by, and again, a chance encounter happened, and I was able to be like, you know what? I'm gonna put my pride aside. I'm gonna put my anger aside and make this phone call. And like I
really,
said, luckily, again, it's superficial
sure,
relationship, but I can at least I have that at least. I'm like, oh, I talk to my dad once or twice a month or whatever, and I know where he is, and he knows about me, and
mm-hmm,
like again, as a kid, like I was applauding like yes, we got it. Like it's not ideal, and it's not what the TV movie
right,
normal relationship, but it's that little bit of hope that I was hoping to have at the end of the day,
mm-hmm,
and I have that.
yeah,
But yeah, it's taken years of therapy.
oh
Years.
sure, oh sure, a little, why
Well, just
why not?
because.
Yeah, and something that you said that stuck out to me, which was something that I again try and work with the kids, and is this feeling serving me?
Yeah.
Anger is a normal emotion. Like it's okay to be angry, but what you do with the anger, is it destructive anger?
Yeah.
Are you breaking off relationships or like hurting yourself or somebody else? Like are those types of things coming from the anger, or is it constructive anger? It's like, no, I'm able to use the anger to really pump through my workout. Oh, awesome. you know
Yeah. Yeah. No, my anger was definitely destructive, and that's why at some point in time I'm just like I have to let that shit go. Like as
Mhm.
much as I would love to hold on and be stubborn, like it's not serving me,
Right.
and my time and energy is spent doing something else for the better of me. Mind you that I'm like depressed all the time and sad, but again, it's trying to find that quote unquote happy like all the time,
Hmm.
even though that might not happen, but it's what I'm working towards. Because again, it's just so easy to fall into negative everything.
Hmm.
Like literally negative everything every single day, every single hour, and
Yes.
letting that anger consume you. Which it did at some point in time because I was just self-sabotaging myself so
Hmm.
but a good healthy outlet I did have at one point in time is when I started going to concerts
Oh
and
yeah.
I found about mosh pits. So
Yes. Man, I haven't been in a mosh pit in years, but maybe I should hop in one again coming up here soon.
um it's been a hot minute. I feel like maybe a year or two since I've actually been in a mosh pit, and like really thrown elbows, but
You throw bows in the pit?
yeah, man.
Oh, that's just rude. Bows in the pit?
Yeah.
My teeth hurt.
Um,
Ow.
I'm too short to throw knees up, so all I got is elbows.
What concerts are you going to where like it's getting violent? You going to like hardcore? You going to like Earth Crisis? What's going on?
I mean, kind of. So I've been to like Bring Me the Horizon, A Day to Remember. I'm trying to think about like all the big, like screamo. Pierce the Veil. I recently was at Pierce the Veil.
But Bring Me the Horizon isn't really like hardcore anymore. They're
not anymore, but like back then though, I'm saying.
Like in the deathcore days?
Couple years. Yeah.
Oh, I love the deathcore days still. Pray for Plagues. Oh, don't get me started.
There's a couple of Spanish rock bands that I've seen. They throw down hard. I try not to go in that one though, because the one time I caught myself in a mosh pit like that, security had to like pull me out because they were stomping on me so hard. But yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those like, it's such a good outlet for people who can go. Because there's sometimes when I get like, I look at things and I go like, why are we so, like, why are concerts becoming like more inaccessible to some people?
I mean,
like with like specifically like just like money wise, like
yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know if you've I think it was a TikTok, and it was just like they like showed their like, it was like, pick a concert, go ahead and pick a concert, and then they swiped and it was like, get fucked because
not seen that one. I've not seen that one.
Yeah, but it was like, there was a show that we went to I want to say a couple weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, and tickets themselves $30. Okay, not bad.
That's fairly priced.
I can do a $30 GA ticket, you know, especially for like, I'm not trying to get VIP or nothing like that, so whatever.
Yeah.
But then like service fee, convenience fee, all these other things, and it ended up being like $55 a ticket.
Yeah. The past couple of years, even in my like heyday of concerts, because I would literally have like a show once or twice, sometimes 3 times a week. Prices they're just gouging us now.
Yeah.
And that's because they can. But it mostly has to do with like, if they run through like Ticketmaster or what's that other one? Like those big corporation.
Live Nation.
Yeah, Live Nation. Well, they're both one and the same. But
I think they're owned by the same company, aren't they? Oh god.
It's like, it's fucking ridiculous. But again, I was angry and I was just like, fuck it, I got money, I'm gonna pay. I wanna go see this band. It's fucking mosh. But yeah, even recently I think yesterday I literally bought a one concert ticket for July. It was priced at like $32, but at the end of the day, with like fees and stuff, it came out to like 40 something and some change.
Yeah, and that's like, and then they're just
and
like,
I'm just like, bruh.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to have a good time. And it was like, it also depends on like venue too. Like if it's a local, like a neighborhood venue versus like a big like ballroom type area or like theater kind of layout. Because then it's just more of like, they have the reason to be like, oh, that's why we can price them so expensive, because we can fit like 2,000 people in here, even though they're cramped like sardines.
Right. I don't know if you, a total sidebar because ADHD, but I was at a Tool concert when the state of emergency in Oregon was turned on for COVID.
Oh my God. No way.
So Tool is, for those who don't know, Tool is kind of notorious for being like no phones at our show. If we see you on your phone, we'll have somebody throw you out. Like, no phones, right?
Yeah.
And so they end their set and they have like a countdown to like their encore because like I guess they're like, why beat around the bush? We're coming back. But
Yeah.
but then they're like, all right, for this 8 minutes or so, you can check your phone. And we all pulled out our phones in the sold out basketball stadium, the Moda Center. And we all pulled out our phones, and there's this alert that's just like, Governor Kate Brown has issued a state of emergency. Please do not be in a room with more than 5 people. And we're like,
There's like a bajillion people here. What do you mean?
we are at a sold out Moda Center right now. Uh-oh. Oh no. But like it's Tool, and you're like, I don't ever know if we're gonna ever be able to see Tool again, so we're going.
Yeah. I think before we got that notice, there was a neighborhood concert that we went to, and people were kind of iffy, like, do we stand together? They were kind of a little bit spaced out more than normal, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like weird, like, do we not do? Because again, there was like some people that heard about it and then some no, and then like the next day is the ping that like everyone stay home, nobody touch nobody, you know, sanitize all your shit.
Right. Yeah, and it's so funny to think like they're that at that point, I mean, the whole world had zero idea of what to do.
Yeah.
Like we were like, what do we do?
Like, how do we handle this?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's really sad because COVID really just, for concerts and live shows and stuff, it just went so downhill. Like, that was the straw on the camel's back or whatever.
Right.
That is like, if they weren't hurting before, they are now.
Yeah. Yeah, and it created, like, for a lot of people, and in my line of work specifically, like kids who are like working on their like social development and get just absolutely like blocked from social development during times when we were all locked in or in quarantine. Like it created like this new almost anxious sensation for a lot of kids, and I mean obviously in a lot of adults as well, but like adults are a little more well adjusted.
Oh yeah, than kids would be. Just being out and social in general.
Right. Yeah.
And for a lot of kids, the only social place would be like at school
where they couldn't go.
Yeah.
Right. Or like something like, you know, swim lessons or what, like those types of things, but not happening.
Yeah.
I don't recommend wearing a mask in the water. You know, like it was one of those wild times, and creating that new world, and we're still in it. We're still
in it, because even now, while I want, like, a lot of people are saying we're kind of back to normal, we're really not.
Not exactly, no. I agree. We're not quite there. I think like some of the things are a little more lax now that a lot of people are vaccinated. Like I definitely like, but even at my office, you know, it's a lot of people still wear masks, and like I clean off everything after every session.
Yeah.
You know, all the toys that they played with at the time, I'm wiping them all down and wiping down surfaces and the couches that we have and stuff like that. It is never going to be the same.
Yeah, it really won't. I know, because I don't go out because I like being at home with my cats, but when I do go out, I do know that I'm changing my clothes, I'm making sure I wash my hands. I'm making sure like um I have like my hand sanitizer, and if I need a mask, then I'll have one at the ready
Right.
whenever I go out and such. But yeah, I feel like that's always going to be a thing
Mm-hmm.
now. Or if I feel a little bit under the weather, um, and I might not be showing symptoms, I'm still going to cover up just because more than anything, it's like you might not feel, but you could potentially get someone else sick.
Right.
And that's always like the thing in the back of my head that I'm just like, I don't want someone else to be sick because of me.
Yeah. That whole that's just being a carrier thing, especially in
Yeah.
like in a profession, if and I don't exactly know what you do for work, but in a profession like where you're like one-on-one with people a lot of the time, you know?
Yeah, I'm a paper pusher. So I just have an office job, like
Mm-hmm.
data entry administrative stuff. And I was lucky enough that I work from home,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't have to be in office seeing people face to face and stuff. But
That helps.
if and when I do, again, I just always be cautious. I'm always cautious just because you never know.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like because did you already work at home before lockdown happened?
Yeah, I did actually briefly. This is actually like my second job that where I work from home, which is funny because initially this job that where I'm at now, it was meant to be an in-office job, but
Mm-hmm.
because I literally started the week that COVID happened,
Mm-hmm.
they're like, let's set you up on your personal laptop so you can log in, go home, and start working.
Right.
I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, that's so interesting. Like my job at the time, I started like that. Like I want to say it was like the last week of February, and then like that first week in March is when everybody had to like they were like everybody's locked down. So like I started at this new job, and they're like, all right, so here's your new office. This is so and so. This is so and so. This is so and so. Go home. Don't come back. We're like, oh, okay. And like, I hope you know how to work Zoom. And I'm like, not really, but I guess we're literally as a
Oh, we're
nation gonna
figure it
find out.
Yeah, yeah.
We're gonna find out all together and try and play like Jackbox and stuff through Zoom. Hopefully that works too.
Yeah, and being new at that job, I was just like, I don't know the software, I don't know their protocol, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
their stuff. And I'm like, how am I supposed to work if no one's taught me what I'm supposed to do
Right.
yet? Like I get the gist of it because I have experience, but like, how do you do stuff here in this office?
Yeah.
Like what's the protocols and stuff, which is just funny, but it's like, yeah, it's not the first time I've been thrown into the Shark Tank. Be like, all right, you started. Good luck, and then they walk away.
Make it happen, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you feel like working from home, even like before all this, was like better for you specifically? Like, because
No.
it wasn't.
No. Um, because of my depression,
Mm-hmm.
um, being alone does not help me at all. And it's actually better for me to be social. So being in an office, in as much as like I hate, like annoying coworkers and like cubicles and all that,
Right.
it was still better because I was not alone, like isolated,
Mm-hmm.
because that's my go-to when I'm in a bad spot. So working from home was kind of, when I first started working from home, it was a little bit of a challenge just getting
Mm-hmm.
a schedule like started and structured and all that jazz. But after I got that rhythm going, it was pretty good.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's
Even now.
even what?
Even now.
Uh-huh.
Like, just trying to have a structured schedule. Luckily, though, my coworkers here, my cats. That's my cats. Those are my coworkers now.
Right.
Because I have them, they've only just added on more to like be taking a break and going outside and
Mm-hmm.
just doing something other than, again, just being stuck in my desk, like work mindset.
Right. Right. And I feel like cats specifically, and I don't own cats, but cats specifically are really good for kind of just being like, you don't feel like you're alone, even though they're kind of leaving you alone generally.
Yeah.
Because Jax will let you know that you're not alone. He's
Aren't you
definitely in your
allergic
face.
to cats?
I do have a slight allergy to cats. Yeah. Yeah. I can't be like petting them or doing what you cat owners do, where you just kind of shove your face into them.
Yeah.
It'll just make me be all like very like spring allergies type feel.
Yeah.
Unpleasant.
But it's such a best feeling though when you like get to smush your face in them. But yeah, very much like they'll leave you, like we're together in the same room, but I'm leaving you alone and I'm leaving them alone.
Right. I don't think that would it wouldn't go well for me. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. That will not go well.
It'll be an unpleasant experience. For me, like I'm sure maybe it might be entertaining or something, but I don't know.
Oh, that would definitely be entertaining, but watching anyone writhe in pain is always entertaining to a certain point.
A little Schadenfreude, I can understand that for sure. I think I think that's like in the content world why like challenges kind of took off in a way, like when it came to like the cinnamon challenge or I don't know, like the hot chip challenge and things like that, like seeing people like it sucks for a minute, but like not like the end of the world. Like when it was Tank Bros, we did like the really spicy chocolate.
Oh, okay.
Which like it's spicy, but it kind of goes away after a minute, but then like it rings in your ears.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah, it depends on what it is on the, what is it, the Scoville scale?
Yeah.
I think that's what it's called. I eat spicy all the time, but even there's sometimes where it's like, all right, that's way too spicy for me, and there's like snot running down and like ears ringing and back of the throat like kind of hyperventilating a little bit.
Yeah, and like,
oh yeah, Chubby Bunny. That one just feels like it hurts because you just stuff in your mouth.
Do you mean when I almost died or just in general?
Oh yeah, I did hear, but I didn't see it, but I heard about it after the fact, and I was like, oh my gosh, Trav, are you okay?
No.
Like, don't do it for the views.
It was for charity specifically.
Oh.
So I'm just saying.
Did you meet your goal at least?
We did. Oh yeah, we way surpassed our goal. That was for the
Try it again. No, we do not need to try that again.
That was for the Raiders for Human Rights train.
Oh, is that what that was for? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I had a punishment wheel, and for every whatever amount I would spin the punishment wheel, and one of them was Chubby Bunny, and I figured that would be fine. Like it wouldn't be that wouldn't be too bad, right?
Yeah.
But I couldn't find like the either like normal like size marshmallows that you usually use for it.
Yeah.
I only found these,
like the big thick ones.
The ones that are like the size of like a graham cracker. And so I was like, well, whatever. Like it's the same principle.
Tomato.
Yeah, it's the same principle. I'm stuffing them in my mouth regardless. And and I was just going for it. And for those who've never eaten a marshmallow, first off, I'm sorry, but second, that they melt. They start to melt in your mouth a little bit.
When you have two marshmallows touching together in your mouth and they start to melt.
I think I had like 3 or 4 in my mouth at that point.
It goes down real fast, Trav.
But it melted and like literally closed off my airway.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm like by myself at my house, and I took a late night shift for the Raiders for Human Rights thing. So I'm all alone.
Just do yourself the Heimlich maneuver, like get a tall ass chair and be like, all right, heave ho, heave ho.
I like threw it on my Be Right Back screen and like ran and literally had to, and this is gonna be gross for some people, so I apologize, but I had to like,
you have to make yourself throw up.
I had to like fish hook myself to like pull out as much as I could. And then eventually I could breathe again. And once I like stopped being like red/blue in the face, I came back and was just like, what's up?
When the breath came back into life, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, you know, it was.
I can't, yeah. That kind of happened with me. Not on like live stream, but being alone at home. I was trying to down a pill or something and it went the wrong way. Or didn't go all the way down, like it broke halfway through. So I was just like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm here by myself. How, like, do I call myself 911? Can I text them like, hey, I'm choking right now, can you come?
Right.
Because I wouldn't dare bother my neighbors to be like, hey, I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm choking my death, so
can you like perform the Heimlich maneuver on me?
Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm not trying to get anything. It's not trick or treat for UNICEF. I'm dying.
Yeah. Does that put you off marshmallows now?
No.
No, that's good.
Maybe I might get like a little bit of like anxiety when it comes to like doing Chubby Bunny again, but I'll just
do it again?
I'll just make sure that I'm not by myself.
Okay. Wow, that's pretty brave of you, man. I would be like, maybe let's not do this for the rest of life.
I don't know. Live fast, die beautiful. Like it you know, we'll figure it out.
Fair. Yeah.
We'll definitely figure it out. Yeah, and I think that was, I mean, that's part of like the whole challenges thing. Like there's some about like vicariously watching someone like either struggle or
it's the spectacle. It's the train wreck that you can't look away from.
Right.
It's true. And being again online and on the internet is just like, where else are you gonna find it? Because you can't find that shit in real life. Or if you do, it's like very certain particular spaces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really got to look for it if you're gonna try and find it in real life.
Yeah. Follow-up question for you though. Are you gonna make a wheel of not punishment?
Like a wheel of niceness?
Yes.
A wheel of comfort?
I don't know. Yes. I'm trying to think what's the opposite word of punishment.
Wheel of punishment?
A wheel of reward?
Yeah.
Punishment.
Okay, I mean, I could. What do we think? Like, I was gonna say I get like candy on certain pieces, and I'm just like, ooh, Skittles, you know, like
candy or again, I don't know if like you'd be alone or not, but like if you're at home with someone, you just go get a hug from them or something, or like a pat on the back.
Aw. Aw.
Or like you go and you like hug your dog. I don't know. That's something nice, right?
That's kind of adorable. I just like get Jax to jump.
Yeah.
That's so cute. Why not? Why not a wheel of
Wheel of pleasure. That's something else, Aaron.
Yeah, I think that one I might not be able to get away with as much.
POS is a thing on Twitch.
But like I don't know, imagine, just like well, with this one we get to watch your favorite music video. And it's like, ooh, okay. Something simple just to be like, that's kind of exciting. And I'll just be like giddy the whole time, just like,
yeah, it's a wheel of niceness.
Yeah.
A wheel of good things instead of punishment.
Next community challenge. Next community challenge again. Absolutely. Let's do it.
I'm full of ideas, Trav.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
full of ideas.
I'm gonna write it down. Right now.
A wheel of fast food.
Yeah, like one of them's like a Frosty. Like I order myself a Frosty.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, I would be very kind and nice to a Frosty.
Yeah.
All right.
Every slot with Taco Bell. I mean, I love Taco Bell.
I do too. Too much, if we're being honest. Wheel of punishment.
What do you mean too much? What is your level of oh, I have to ask. I'm sorry, we're like totally diverging now, but
Classic.
What is your Taco Bell order?
Okay, so I have I have a maybe a mild take, a medium take on Taco Bell. I think everything at Taco Bell tastes the same, but like in a different order.
Yeah.
That's
not a take. That's facts.
Like if they're just like, yo, it's beef, rice, cheese, and beans, and then they're like, okay, well, what's next? They're like, well, it's gonna be beans, beef, rice, cheese, and you're like, holy shit, I'll take 4. Like, and it happens every time.
Yeah, it is.
But I usually go with the classic chicken quesadilla because I love that jalapeno sauce that they put in there.
Mm-hmm.
I used to, before they got rid of it, they had these like chicken chipotle melts.
Okay.
Those are really good. I usually would get like 1 or 2 of those. Also, before they got rid of the double-decker taco, I'd go with the double-decker taco.
Yeah, double-decker taco.
And they brought it back for like a month.
They did.
And it was delicious. I was like, yes, please keep this forever. And they didn't. They sent me a letter and it said, go to hell. And I was like, that's not cool. And then, but now I've been kind of going with the Dorito taco. I'm not gonna lie.
Original or blue Doritos?
I like the original. I like the red.
Okay.
The red. What is your go-to Taco Bell if you always get the same thing?
I don't always get the same. I have 3 specific orders.
3 orders. Okay.
Yeah. It depends on the day, like how hungry I am.
Mm-hmm.
First one is, I don't think it's the number 6 anymore, but I call it number 6 because I know it as a number 6. It's
Sure.
the chalupa. It's chicken chalupa combo with Baja Blast and a supreme crunchy taco.
Mm.
Next is number 7, which is a chicken quesadilla, but double everything.
Oh.
Double the sauce, double the chicken, double the. I think it comes with like 3 sauces. Double all 3 sauces. Oh, and the cheese and the 3 cheese blend.
Oh my.
Yeah. And then recently, because that seems like too much food.
It does.
If I just want a snack, it's one beef chalupa, cheesy bean and rice burrito, and maybe a taco. Because I need some crunch.
That's fair. That's why I went with the Dorito taco lately. So yeah. I'm like, that
soft and crunchy at the same time situation is is needed every time.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. You know, and Taco Bell is, like I said, it's everything kind of tastes the same, but
No, it is. It literally is. Oh, so I don't know if I told you this, Trav, but I used to work at Taco Bell. Like, Taco Bell was my first job,
is it
which
right?
is why I love it so much. Yeah.
It's fair. It's fair. It's even better. It's even better when you have a discount or it's free. You know?
Yeah. I know I used to love to mix and match shit that wasn't on the menu just to see if it would taste good or not. But
Mhm.
I couldn't do that all the time because there were some managers where they were like kind of strict about, hey, that's not on the menu. You can't be just, free balling it like that. And I was like,
Okay.
you're gonna have to pay. And I was like, okay, whatever. But then there'd be some other managers that'd be like, yeah, do whatever you want.
Right.
Just don't go crazy. I was like, all right, cool.
I don't know. It like when that was the same when I worked at Subway. It was I made whatever I wanted and just like in the computer it was just like, it's a turkey. You know?
Yeah.
Like who cares?
Ben, be quiet.
See,
They can't fire me now. I quit.
Can't fire me. I quit. Yeah, it's very we're kind of keeping it. I don't know. Like I can't. I haven't been back to Subway since.
Oh really?
Mm-mm.
I literally just ordered Taco Bell like the other day because their new items dropped, so I had to try it.
The same new items dropped.
No, the crispinata.
Oh, I tried that the other day.
It was good. It was good.
Okay. I was like, that's Taco Bell.
It's good. It was crunchy and savory. I think I more than anything like the sauce. But I swear to God, it's probably like two of the sauces that they have already just combined together.
Right. I was like, if you blindfolded me and said like, what restaurant is this from? I'd know exactly where it came from. Because I wouldn't be mad about it. Like I'd be like, yeah. That's about what I expected.
It's my go-to for fast food.
Okay.
Because if I don't ever want meat, I can always substitute it and feel okay about it.
Sure.
Versus at other places where that might not even be an option.
Or it's like a more difficult option to obtain type of thing.
Yeah. And they'll upcharge you for it. I was like, bro, I'm just trying to snack here.
Right. That is fair. I mean, I don't ever. Well, that's not true. There was a person I was dating fairly recently who was vegan, and like I would try and kind of eat close to it around them, which eliminated quite a few fast food places. But it was but like I'm a Wendy's guy through and through.
Wendy's, okay.
I know. I can't, and you know what I think part of it is, honestly, is that the Wendy's is on the way home, but Taco Bell's like beyond.
Yeah.
And I'd have to like spin around, and which is really, it's kind of a bummer. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah. For me to get Taco Bell, I kind of have to go a little bit out of my way, versus some other kind of fast food place. But
yeah,
bruh, I'm a loyalist. Like
loyalist. Okay.
I fall in love with you at the first go. You'll have me forever, even if you do me wrong, which Taco Bell sometimes does me wrong. But I also have GI problems. So I really don't know who's at fault here, So I'm just like, whatever, Taco Bell, I still love you. Even if you hurt me.
That the Taco Bell that's like the closest one to my house now, they forget shit constantly.
Dude, I have to go back, but this last order, I usually don't get dessert because I have sweets at home, but I don't have anything right now. I ordered a 12-pack of cinnamon buns.
Right, delicious.
And they're like $7 and some change. I didn't get them in my order. So you bet your bottom dollar I went on my app and like, hey yo, I'm missing my 12 pack of Cinnabons.
You're like, I'm about to come in there and start a mosh pit with my elbows.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Because before they've forgotten like my Fiesta potatoes or what was the other thing? Like a taco or something, like something that was like under $2. So I was like not too mad about it. I'm just like, I still reported like, hey, you don't have to refund me or anything, but like y'all missed this in my order. Just saying. I'm not gonna be petty for under $2. But this was more than 5, and I was like, all right, I gotta draw the line somewhere.
No, that's like it's a solid $7 or $8. Like that's
yeah.
And
I could have gotten like 3 more tacos for that.
What are we waiting for? Like, and you didn't even give me like the little cinnamon twisties instead. Like,
yeah, it wasn't even like, oh, maybe we run out or whatever. No, it's just you guys just didn't add anything. And I was like,
yeah.
all right.
I had them. Okay. I'll say this and then we'll take a break real quick. But we got the 12 pack, and you could definitely you probably know this because you worked there, but they were definitely frozen beforehand. And I think they heat them up in the microwave. They must, right? But the outside was so ungodly hot, but the cream inside was like still cold. And I was like, oh, that's actually pretty good. It was a good little balance right there of like this, like that hot and cold, almost like fries and Frosty, you know, like kind of that hot and cold. It was
that hasn't happened to me yet, oddly enough.
Well, they probably, do it right. Either they do it right or they forget it where you're from. So
yeah, this is true.
And I get it. I get it. Yeah, and I'm with you. If they forget like my $1 of like little Fiesta potatoes, it's like that sucks. But like, all right, I'm
not gonna be that person to be like, you guys, there's like $1.50.
Right.
But yeah, this was like a whole like $8.
Yeah.
I was just like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be that person for this. Plus, I was like really looking forward to, because I ran out of like sweet stuff at home, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this dessert. The one time I get dessert, it doesn't happen for me. But that's just my luck, though.
Dessert. Yeah, my move lately, anytime we like hit Taco Bell or whatever, specifically the one that forgets shit all the time, is I bring Shy with me, and because I hand her the bag and she just goes flip, and is able to like flip through everything really fast.
Dude, when I was working drive-through, I would always double check the bags, because I did not need some angry person circling back around when there's already a long ass line, be like,
right.
"Oh, forgot this," or whatever. Although
I'll sit there at the window while Shy counts it all out. I don't care. I'll make sure. I'm like, we good? And then she's like, we're good. I'm like, all right. And then I'll move on. And I'll say thank you again. I'm be a nice guy about it.
I mean, yeah. I'll be nice.
Don't forget my shit, please.
You know what I mean? Yeah, don't forget my shit.
Please don't forget my shit. Especially 12 Cinnabon things. Come on now. Get it together.
And it was like the second thing on the ticket on the bag. But yeah, that's fine. I'm not mad about it.
I'm just holding it like against them forever. I understand.
Just a little bit.
I understand completely. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick little fiver, because it rhymes with cyber, and I'm gonna use the restroom and stuff like that. Be back in just a few minutes, everybody. We will have a Q&A at the end. I have a few more things that I kind of wanted to ask about. Not just fast food, but I mean, I could talk about that for hours. But would love to get back into some of those questions before we get into the Q&A. Does that sound all right with you?
Me or chat?
You.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
The guest.
Yeah.
Where am I? All right, y'all.
This is just a regular call.
You know, just you know what, and that's a good thing. I feel like that means that you're comfortable. You're feeling like it's normal again. But okay, we're gonna take a quick fiver. I'll be back. We'll see you in just a few minutes, and yeah, talk to y'all soon. All righty. Welcome back. Did you get uncomfy? You flipped around to the other side of the couch?
Yeah, so I can face you. And I'm looking at the stream and I was like, wait, why am I facing the other way? I should face you.
One of those things about, working through Discord and stuff like that is like camera placement. And then like, I always put mine on the right because I'm generally looking this way.
Yeah. Because chat for you, like on your monitor, right? Is this, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's over here.
Again, just because I'm a PNG tuber doesn't mean camera placement isn't like a thing.
No doubt. My PNG tuber is on the bottom right because he's facing to the left. Although I could flip him pretty easily if I really needed to.
Yeah.
But yeah. So welcome back. I hope you're not too hungry.
No, I actually ate before this.
Nice.
Yeah.
What did you have?
A buffalo chicken sandwich, but it's not chicken, it's tofu.
Ah, buffalo tofu sandwich.
Yeah.
Very nice. I had a frozen pizza, but I add to it. Throw like a little bit of new cheese on there, a little bit of other stuff, little spices and stuff like that.
Yeah, I didn't know you can do that. Like, you can add on more stuff to a frozen pizza to make it better.
You absolutely can.
And I'm just like, what a game changer, yo.
Yeah. If you could do a little bit of you like take like one of those like brushes, like a sauce brush, and go around the outside on the crust, a little bit of garlic powder, done.
Yeah.
Done. Yeah, you don't have to settle for as is.
Don't settle.
Don't settle for normal. I mean, not that frozen pizza's like bad, but like you can make it better.
Yeah, you can make it better.
Very little work. Very little work. So, something I wanted to kind of ask you a little bit about, and not to like completely change the mood or anything like that, but we kind of did discuss, talking about the life cycle of a relationship, and you got all the way to the beginning and an end of a marriage.
Yeah, it's again something I don't really talk about because it doesn't come up in conversation.
Right.
But at my young tender age that I am, I was married for about 9 years, and it ended up in divorce.
So
another go ahead.
No, so I was just going to say, like, obviously, like, a lot of people kind of view relationships as like marriage is the end goal and that's supposed to last forever, blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. But like you and I both know, divorce happens. So like,
yeah,
I myself haven't been divorced, but both. I mean, you and I both have parents who were divorced growing up, and it's a lot more common than I think people might realize.
Very much so, yeah. It's funny because a co-worker of mine, the first job where I was working from home, when she introduced herself to like the group or whatever, she added that little tidbit, like, by the way, I'm a divorcee. And I was just like, that's interesting. That's a fun fact, I guess, to like say when you're like introducing yourself to your coworkers. But I mean, she felt comfortable doing that. I'm not, because again, there's just, unless I'm having like a serious conversation with somebody, like there's no need for me to bring it up. But yeah, to your point, where again, that was a normal thing. Like, you get married and you stay together and it's forever.
Right.
However, the examples we got, that's not
Sure.
necessarily true. So,
So yeah, so for your relationship, and I mean, like you said, married 9 years.
yeah, we got married like at 18.
Like fresh legal adults.
Yeah. Yeah.
So high school sweetheart type stuff.
Kind of, because we met when I was 15. We dated we started dating when I was 16. Shit went down, and then we turned 18 and we decided to get married.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
But mind you, we were like very much in love, so it was just like the logical step to do.
No doubt.
And I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but like I'm Mexican, and in the Mexican culture, it's very much like you find your soulmate, you get married, you start a family, you do all the things. Even if it's a shitty marriage, you still stay together and work it out somehow. Because for while my parents didn't work out, and very valid reasons, his parents also had their troubles, but they stuck through all of that hardship. So he has the example of like, oh, even if my dad was an asshole to my mom and like abused her and whatever, like, you know, the thing is like you stay together because you made this vow to that person and you have kids and blah blah blah. But
right.
Yeah, that was I've lived 1,000 lives. I really have.
And so culturally, like that, like being married at 18 is pretty acceptable in kind of
Yeah.
in your culture. And
It is.
I feel like it's in pretty like standard white American culture that it's almost looked down upon.
It is. For me, it was a little bit of both because in my family, the concern was always like, oh, getting pregnant at 15, very much like teen mom situation, because I actually do have cousins that like they had their cotillion, their quinceañera, and next thing you know, baby surprise.
There it is.
And it's like your life is over because, you know, you're having kids or whatever, or maybe the boyfriend is like not taking ownership of that baby and you got to go it on your own. So that was very much like the don't turn out like your cousins. We want more for you. You know,
Right.
you need to do better choices because we're giving you the opportunity to make those better choices.
Right.
And it didn't turn out that way because at 18 I was married, and then like towards the middle or whatever, I got pregnant and lost the baby actually. So I was like 5-6 months pregnant and I lost the baby. So it was very much like a lot of new stuff. Like just so many things, so many emotions going through. And that happened, and then a couple months later I got pregnant again, and I have a daughter.
All right.
And she actually just turned 18 like last Monday. So that's something I really don't talk about.
Right.
In the public, and especially for Twitch.
No doubt. Yeah.
Just because of like her privacy and my privacy about that as well. But yeah, a lot of it was just there was very much back and forth about getting that divorce. One, because, well, my family wasn't happy about it, but now that you guys have been together for so long, like, you're supposed to stick it out and be together. And also you have a child together. Like, how is that going to work out? And you know how divorced parents are and blah blah blah.
You're right, I do.
Yeah. And that's where, like, some of my other mother issues come in play, where she's very much like, you know, if it's not working for you, leave his ass and you can go it on your own.
Sure.
Because she had to make that decision. Like, either I stay with this deadbeat dude,
Right,
with 4 kids, or I go it on my own and try to make that happen, a better life for me and my kids. And ultimately, it was just for the better, I think, for everyone all around.
Right. Makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, like, just overall, like, I honestly would not be here if I had not divorced that man, and I don't know what my life would be. I don't want to say that, like, it would be bad, but it definitely wouldn't be as good as the life that I have now for myself.
Right. Right. And there's something to be said for, I mean, like, a lot of people, at least in, I want to say a little bit more like of the white American culture, is just like, yeah, leave his ass, be independent, that kind of thing. And I mean, I don't disagree. Like, if it's something's bad for you, like, get rid of it, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, like, your culture that you grew up with was very much the opposite. Like, stick it out, doesn't matter. Like, just sleep in separate rooms if you need to. Just, you know, figure it out for the kiddos.
Yeah.
And it's like, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah, and there was because we were married for so long, there was a period of time where we were, like, on and off, kind of, a couple of times. And there was a point where I did have to decide, like, do I want to stay or do I not want to stay? And and that first time I based it on my kid. I'm like, I'm gonna stick it out because I didn't have 2 parents growing up, and if I can give that to her, I'm gonna do that.
Right.
And I stuck it out for a couple more years, and again, the same issues kind of arose, or new issues arose, and there was no talk about therapy or anything. For, like, couples therapy wasn't, like, a thing, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it wasn't, and, like, mental health just in our culture, it's like, no, you're not depressed, you just don't eat enough beans or fiber,
Oh
or,
my
like,
gosh.
you don't take your vitamins, type of deal, you know?
Right.
So it was very much like that, like, so many things against. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, this is not well. Like, this is not a good decision for me to have done. And oddly enough, during one of those breakups, because I actually moved out with my mom. I was just at my lowest point. I went to seek out therapy, but they were so concerned for me that I ended up being on a psychiatric hold for a couple of days. And that's kind of where it started and ended for me and him, because he was the center, like, since day one. Again, because the way I was brought up, because of what is normal in our culture,
Right.
he was the center of my world, and he was only meant to be the center of my world instead of me. And when that wasn't a thing anymore, I fell apart as a person. Like, I didn't know who I was. I was always a people pleaser as a kid, as a teenager. So in that marriage, that's who I was.
Right.
I was someone else for him because he wanted me to be that. Besides, like, the controlling of everything, but yeah,
Right.
a lot of it was, like, what kind of kickstarted my mental health like journey and being my own person for myself versus someone else's approval or just someone else's happiness. So, um, it, like again, I've lived 1,000 lives. I can go on,
No doubt.
but
No doubt. And I think, I mean, what you've said just there, I mean, like that shows that like this, I mean, life in general, but obviously your specific experience has been such a up and down kind of journey. I mean, you've had, you know, you've had the kiddo, you've had the divorce, you've had the psychiatric hole. Like, these are not everyday experiences for people. And
yeah,
I think what's so cool is like showing that you can grow into like the world that you want. Like, yeah,
very much.
some things just don't work out, you know, they just don't, for any number of reasons, A, B, C, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you showing, you're like, but I created this world for myself and I'm way happier than I was however many years ago.
Yeah, and a lot of it towards that end was, even in the middle, was just being able to show my daughter that this is not how you're meant to be treated. This is not what love should be. Like,
Right.
you, like, not settling, kind of, in a sense, because you have to, because this is like, you're just like locked into this decision that you made when you were so young and you didn't know, you were naive and you didn't know about the world and how it worked, and you know, setting boundaries and advocating for yourself because you didn't have those skills back then.
Right.
So it was more of that, and don't get me wrong, it was very heartbreaking.
Sure, of course.
Up to the way, but I'm a better person for that happening, and so many good things have happened, like, because of that. Like, it's really like a chain reaction. Like, the reason I'm on Twitch, like, I don't feel like I would just have fallen into this if I wasn't where I am now, and like the situation I was in and the people in my life and the jobs I've had and the experiences from those jobs and just situations, and you know, going to concerts. It was very much like when I was discovering myself, he was very mad about me doing that because, again, it's not normal for a married woman to go to concerts and be moshing. That's not that's not wifey.
That just hurt my heart. That just hurt my heart. Yeah. Oh man.
And mind you, again, I want to say reformed people pleaser, because although I'm not, because I'm still working on it.
Oh sure, it's a work in progress.
But, it's like I'm supposed to be this pink pastel delicate flower of a woman, girl, and not meant to like black and want to dress in all black and gray or be goth or like have goth makeup and like heavy chains and like rocking out and have piercings and tattoos because, you know, worshiping the devil and such.
Sure.
Like, all of that. And I'm just like, but this is what I like. This is who I feel like I am.
Yeah.
And again, everyone told me, no, that's not normal. That's not good. That's not how you're supposed to be.
So, I mean, it sounds like you were kind of also robbed of that experience in like that age of self-discovery around like 15, 16, all the way up to like, I don't know, like you're usually your mid 20s or so. Like all that was kind of just like taken.
And don't get me wrong, like even with him, we grew up together and we learned about the world together, and that was beautiful and that was nice, but we did that together instead of as individuals, which ultimately led to my like bad mental health trip downfall or whatever you want to call it. But again, I feel like if that didn't happen, I don't know that I would have gotten the help or been able to learn more about why I've been sad since I was a kid, and
Right.
like be diagnosed essentially. Because
Hmm.
I was always sad as a kid too. Again, because divorced parents and just home situation.
Sure. Yeah.
But I never understood as to like, why do I feel sad all the time when, quote unquote, I'm supposed to be happy? Like I don't have
Mhm.
anything to be sad about. But yeah, again, I'm not angry about it. I'm not mad.
Right.
I'm not, it's just another learned experience that
Hmm.
I choose to take in a positive way, because there's just so many bad things that's happened to me. I'd rather not focus on that versus let's try to turn this into a positive. Fuck it. Let's try to find that silver lining, because again, it's so easy to just be like, so many bad things have happened to me, like there's no point to
Sure.
anything, and just go way downhill from there.
Yeah. And it's definitely easy to kind of sink into that like negativity swamp, as what I call some of it,
Mm,
to some of my kids, because it'll grab hold of you and you'll just kind of sink.
it, yeah,
And
it really will.
it's hard to when you're sinking, it's hard to like reach out for help. It's hard
Hmm.
to reach out to those who are willing to help,
Yeah.
and also realize that not everybody can help you. um there are some things that you have to do on your own. Like I
Yep.
like getting into therapy is like a beginning step for a lot of people. um it's not always the first step, but it's a beginning step for a lot of people. Is like figuring out, all right, what do I need, like what's going on up here. And then like they come into just my office, just as an example, right? They come into my office and they're like, I'm sinking in the negativity swamp. And I'm like, all right, here's a branch, we'll pull you out of there real quick, right? Pull you out of there really quick. All right, take this branch and get through the rest of this. And they can, and some of them can do that. Some of them need more than just a branch.
Yeah.
Some of them need rope, a lifesaver, whatever,
I was
right?
gonna say a life preserver.
Right. I was thinking the mints, but yeah, totally. Like
Yeah.
it could be, it could be like a lot of people who just need very specific things.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will like almost like thank, and it's a really kind gesture, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, Mr. Therapist, like you saved me, like you did that. And I always
Yeah.
have to kind of like come back and be like, well, I appreciate that gesture, and
However,
and you did it.
yeah.
I'm just handing out sticks.
Yeah. That was the thing that I kept trying to find within my marriage.
Mm-hmm.
That was never gonna work out. I kept
You didn't know that at the time,
expecting
of course.
him. Yeah, I kept expecting him to be my savior
Mm-hmm.
of my sadness, of my depression, when it was supposed to be me all along.
Right.
And of course he could have contributed. He could have given me a tree branch or whatever, but instead, kind of just pushed me more into that swamp. But
Right.
again, it was always meant to be me pulling me out of that. Me looking for that will to live, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And again, there's this like notion that you have kids and you have a marriage and you have a nice condo apartment and a good paying job and a car and maybe a social life and stuff, and it's supposed to be a fairy tale.
Right.
but somehow it's not because you're still sad about it all.
Right. And what a lot of people, I think what's hard for some people to kind of understand about specifically depression, and this is not a diss on anybody, because anybody who doesn't have it isn't gonna quite get it.
Yeah.
You can hear about it, you can learn about it, all that kind of stuff, but there's something else to feel it.
Yeah.
Because I, like, just in my own experience as far as like depression goes, I could have like great days, great like awesome weeks are going by, and it's just like everything is going smoothly, and I'm feeling good about myself, like I'm going to the gym and I'm like walking the dog and I'm getting sunshine and all those things, right?
Yeah.
It's like I'm even keeping up on laundry and doing those things, and then like going to somebody and explaining like, oh no, I woke up today and I like still wanted to hurt myself.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
and like people are like, what do you mean? Like so many things are going well for you.
Right.
And I'm like, but I don't. It's
But
not
that's
like
not how I feel.
right. It's a different. It's like a. I kind of, a metaphor that I've used before is it's like I kind of have like a piece of kind of like almost dirty glass in front of me,
Okay.
and I can see all the good, and I can even point out a lot of the good, but everything's still kind of murky sometimes.
Yeah.
And some days that dirty glass is really dirty and I can't see through it at all. And other days it's a little cleaner, like maybe some rain passed by and wiped off some of the dirt, whatever it is. You know, whatever metaphor you want to use.
Mine is because I'm a bag lady. I love like crossbody bags and stuff.
Okay.
Mine is like a purse that has a stain on it that I can't, as much as I like to wash it and take care of it and stuff, I can't get rid of it. But it's okay that it doesn't, it's okay that it's there, because I know it's there. Now I've seen it. But that doesn't mean, you know, I always have to carry that bag with me everywhere.
And
I can't swap it out.
Devalue the bag either.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Your bag is still your bag. And if you love that bag and accept that bag for the way that it is, you're going to be able to enjoy that bag a whole lot more. I've definitely found that there's I mean, you can use all sorts of analogies and metaphors when it comes to like different types of things, different mental illnesses and things like that. I found that, like, obviously working with children mostly and their families, like I have to use kind of like developmentally appropriate ones.
Yeah.
I kind of have to like really focus on like, how do I make this make sense for a 7-year-old?
Yeah.
And these 7-year-olds are like struggling because they just like they're just like, I'm just sad all the time. I'm just sad all the time. I'm just sad all the time. And I'm like,
it's like trying to put it into words when sometimes there's no words to put it in.
Sure. But and that's where I get to do the work that I'm proud to kind of know and work on is helping them kind of translate it from not words into at least something that we can show or explain.
Yeah.
Like
especially for
art or
for parents, I feel like so that they can I guess not, what's the word I'm trying to use, like not add on to it, but try to help in some way. Although I feel like there's so much that an outside person can help in so many ways, you know.
As far as like parents go, I think there is definitely something to be there's something to be like they're really working on so many parents, especially if they're bringing their kids to therapy, like they're usually kind of lost, or they're like, I don't know what else I can do, you know?
Have you had have you seen that the parents have also been in therapy, or
Generally, yeah.
okay.
It's very, I mean, the levels of therapy involvement are different. Some are like, I've never been to therapy, so I don't know, but these kids are soft these days, so whatever, you know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um,
I only asked because when my mom was going through the divorce, I
Mhm.
was actually put in therapy as a child, like
Yeah.
at 4 or 5 years old. And I didn't realize, like, I didn't come to that conclusion up until like a couple of years ago, when I'm just like, that wasn't daycare, that was therapy.
What the hell?
Because I was trying to think, like, when did I start my therapy journey? But I was like, oh, I was actually as a kid. And
Mhm.
oddly enough, my mother has never done therapy herself, but she's put me and my brothers in therapy.
Yeah.
Which I'm just like, the hell, mom? Like, thank you, but also I don't think we needed it because we were just kids. You know, we'll bounce back, but you, my girl, you need therapy.
There's a lot of kids who are extremely resilient and can definitely bounce back real quickly, and like, you know, they might need some time to kind of like process like what's going on, but like, I don't want to say like a certain number, but there's definitely times where I'm just like, the kid's fine, it's you, like to the parents. With you know, with obviously a little nicer way of saying it, but
yeah. Because that was the other thing where I was gonna, during my divorce or separation or whatever, I don't know, number 2 or 3 or whatever time it was.
Sure, yeah.
I was gonna put my kid in therapy, and then I made that realization, like, actually, I think you'll be fine, kid. I'm the one who needs to go.
Right.
Like, I'm the one who needs it more.
And if I see that my kid is not adjusting to this well, then I can reevaluate.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. And a lot of the times, I mean, I see a good, not, I don't know. I don't want to put numbers on it, but there's I mean, I see kids who are like going through a divorce, you know, and some of them are just like, I don't know. I mean, they're kind of just like, I guess mom and dad just like don't want to live together anymore. And I'm like, yeah, more or less.
That's exactly it, kid.
Like you're pretty much on the right track. And figuring out like how to kind of explain that to them, like things are going to change, you know? And you'll have to adjust to say like, there's dad's house rules and there's mom's house rules, and you got to kind of adjust to that a little bit. Or figuring out how this kid is going to, you know, remember those rules. You know, say dad is super relaxed, but mom is like really strict. Like those things are pretty tough. And that's when you have to kind of work with the parents to kind of explain to them. It's like, there has to be like a way for this kid to adjust.
Compromise on your guys' end.
And
so that this kid can adjust. You know?
Right. Like, and I'm not saying that like you should have the exact same parenting style, because you're not going to.
Yeah.
But figuring out like a way that this kid can adjust well to your parenting style and their parenting style, and have a good like amount of time to kind of to adjust to that kind of thing. Like my mom hated it growing up because my dad had no rules.
It was a free for all.
Yeah, at my dad's house there was no rules. I could stay up as late as I wanted. I could drink as many sodas as I wanted. I could play video games all night, no problem. Right? I didn't have to do my homework over there.
Oh man, I bet your mom was so mad.
My mom hated it. Because because I struggled to adjust back.
Yeah.
I struggled to adjust back. I'd be like, what do you mean I can't play Game Boy?
But I can do this at dad's house.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you're not at dad's house.
Right. And that was a struggle growing up.
Yeah.
I'm fine, obviously. But there's like there was like a big struggle there, and I see that in kids who are going through the divorce.
Yeah.
And like I said, like there's even kids where I'm like, nah, the kid gets it. They're doing all right. There's gonna be a small adjustment period, but they're fine.
Yeah.
It's you two.
You guys need
to go to your own
Yeah.
therapists and figure some of your own stuff out.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of it, and I didn't know it back then, but being from the divorced parents, like they were definitely projecting on us kids.
No doubt.
And my thing was like, how do I not make, I don't want to say a mistake, but how don't I not repeat that pattern?
Right.
While I only have the one child, it's a person.
Still a person.
Yeah.
Still a person, and I mean, you also do your best with what you're given. There is no book that you get handed when you pop a child out, you know? It's not like this. I feel like this is the way. You get a billion pamphlets, but like there's only so much you can do with what you're given as well. Because there could be adjustments to your socioeconomic status, like your placement, like way that you were raised versus like the way you want to raise your kid. Because usually you look at your parents and go, I'm going to do everything the opposite, right?
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
And then, a lot of new parents that I found are like, I'm doing the exact same thing that my dad did,
Oof, yeah.
And they're like, I didn't mean to do that. And it just kind of happened. It's like, dude, like that's what you know.
It's the example. Yeah. It's the example that you were given. It's what you know. And
if you're conscious about it though, that's where you can start to change it.
Absolutely. That was part of like my own individual therapy, recognizing that and those patterns and making a change for that.
Right.
Which I'm just like, but why? Like, why does it have to be me? But also like it has to be me. So that's just, yeah.
Well, what makes me like happy to know where you're at, and to know that you're like, listen, I'm doing everything that I can, and I'm now happy in this world that I'm building, still building.
Yeah.
You're gonna grow and learn and be like, okay, this is actually closer to what I want versus like doing this for the the sake of whatever. And I mean, your kid's grown now,
Yeah, again, legally they're an adult, but in my brain, they're my child.
They're always gonna be the child.
Baby. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, embarrassing stories for days, I'm sure.
I feel like I still made mistakes that maybe have impacted her, but again, a lot of my offline time is trying to be, I don't want to say a better mom than my mom, but for sure trying to break that pattern, that cycle, that culture norm, that it's like, this is how it's supposed to be, this is what you're supposed to do, this is the normal, because this has just been the history of, in the culture, in our family, in our immediate family, in our like even like not immediate family,
right?
But just because again, that's the examples we hear, that's the examples we see,
right? And learning, growing from that, choosing the conscious choice of being like, oh wait, I need to break that pattern.
Yeah.
And you might mess up a few times, make some mistakes along the way, and realizing and not giving into depression brain, and I know you probably feel this so hard, is like, oh, I fucked up once. I'm the worst thing ever. I've ever done anything right in my entire life. I'm the worst.
I can't get back to like the top or whatever. Like I lost my good score that I had, and it's like, no, it was a bad hour. It was a bad situation.
Right.
I handled it wrong. My biggest thing for me is figuring out when I made that mistake and owning that mistake and saying sorry to my kid.
Yeah.
And not just my kid, but like anybody, like going back and being like, my fucking bad.
Yeah.
Because again, while my mom or my dad knows that they were in the wrong, they'll never come and say, I'm sorry I treated you badly. I'm sorry I yelled at you.
Oh, God,
I'm sorry I handled this situation wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, period. And like for me, once I realized that, I was like, holy shit.
For real.
I'm like I offended Trav. Like I offended and I was like, dude, wow, what a game changer.
Right.
And you know, we don't have a perfect, like me and my daughter don't have a perfect relationship, but
sure,
it's definitely a work in progress and something that I'm happy that I have and is there. Versus again, me and my mom also have like a superficial relationship to a point, but me and my daughter don't. And I'm so proud of myself because I made that shit happen.
Right. You did. Right. That was all you. And I love that you're able to also like the thing that you even stuck out that stuck out to me a second ago was when you said like it was just a bad hour, you know, it was just a bad, you know, set amount of time that has a beginning and an end, you know, it's a bad day, you know, or a lot of bad days, you know.
Yeah.
It was a bad moment in traffic, you know, whatever it was.
Yeah. And like having that depression and making that distinction, because before it'd be everything is bad, it's all bad, there's no point, like let's dive into that swamp, baby.
Right.
Versus like, no, it was just that bad moment in time and period. Right. Again, we can be upset about it, we can be mad about it even,
yeah,
but let's not let that overtake us. Let's like not immediately go into the bad if we can avoid that.
Right. And again, like what's so cool, like obviously for you two specifically, is you have each other also, and this like that you've created like this bond with one another, that you grow together and you know are continuing to just become bigger and better people. You know, obviously now she's grown and like probably has quite a bit that she's dealing with as a freshly 18-year-old, but there's so much more that like you've created this great bond. And again, that understanding of, now this is where I'm at and I'm going to try and meet you where you're at, and we'll kind of come together as people, not just as like I'm mom, you're kid, that's it, right?
Yeah.
And there probably were times, you know, when she was probably younger that you had to do that. You know, it's a very
absolutely
common thing. It's like, I'm sorry I have to exercise my power in this way.
Yeah. Because of her relationship with her dad and how I know he is, I make it a point also to say certain things, to remind her of certain things, to do certain things, because I know she probably won't get that from her dad. And unfortunately, like, I can only do so much as a mom and as a person that, like, you know, she needs that from her dad, because I know I've been needing it from my dad.
Mm-hmm.
But again, at the end of the day, I'm just like, I can see the big picture, and I've gone to therapy at least an amount of time where I can be like, I can see this and I know that you need this, so I'm gonna do that and make it a point. And you know, I'm not always having a great attitude or whatever, but
Sure.
I make it a point to just remind her as a person and the expectations, because again, with her dad, it's like the culture, the what's normal and whatever, and it's like, I understand that, baby girl, but let's backtrack it a little bit, because we're in 2024 and that's just not how the world works. And you have choices, and you can be your own individual person.
Right.
And yeah, maybe people might be mad about that because of that choice, but here's the thing, like, it's your life.
Mhm.
No one's gonna live it but you. So either you choose to, like, make those decisions for yourself, or you let someone else make those decisions for you and live the life that they would want.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and like us, like you're saying, it's you are making sure that you are going through and making that like conscious choice for you and your kiddo. And I just love that, you know, you've even like done the work yourself to grow and learn as a person, not only as a person but as a mom too. I love that you have, not that you had, like, quote unquote had to go to therapy. I'm trying to figure out a better way to word that, but I'm glad that you did go.
Yeah. I honestly truly believe, Trav, that I would not be here right now if it wasn't for therapy. I would legit have taken my life by now if it wasn't for therapy, if it wasn't for a good support system that I found along the way, and still try to keep or maintain. Because even at I'm not that old, but
sure,
like in my late 30s, but it's hard to maintain those friendships and a good support system, because again, it's always like, what can you do for me, or transactional, because again, that expectation of, I'm supposed to be doing something for this person so that they can be my friend or spend time with me,
right,
or, you know, all that stuff. And even now, like, I literally, like, every single day I learn, and I've not been doing very well actually, like, the past couple of weeks, just because I think this transitional period, because, you know, I have a grown kid now, but also just within myself and where I want to be and what I want to do, I'm just like, you know what, I think it's time for me to seek help and find a new therapist.
yeah.
I'm fortunate enough that I have insurance through my work, so I should take advantage of that, because I need it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I've done the American healthcare system a ton of times on TravTalk. It's fucked.
Yeah, it is.
There you go. That's the summary. But the fact that you have, like, also recognized, like, I still got work to do.
Yeah.
You know, it really, it made me, I got a little warm and fuzzy. I mean, you know, because of my own therapist bias, because I am a therapist. But it's very it's just it feels good to hear people have such a good experience with therapy as well.
Yeah.
Because there's something about like when I tell people I'm a therapist and they're just like, my therapist stabbed my dad in the throat, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like there's something like everyone's got this like terrible experience. I'm like, God.
And even back then when I was doing therapy, again, it's such a taboo to say that you need help, especially like in the Mexican culture. I feel like unless you're fucking dying, you don't say you need help. You just man up, you know, and chug through it.
Well, I mean, in your culture, you mentioned earlier too, like for men specifically, it like machismo is a thing.
The machismo is a thing, and the women not there's no machismo, but
no, but that's like a be quiet and do your job.
The opposite of that, yeah. It's like stay silent. You see it, but you don't say it.
Right.
And it's like, nah, bro.
I'm calling that shit out.
I'm calling that shit out. Like,
calling myself out.
And, yeah. It's really funny because once I was finally coming into my own person, even my family noticed that, and it's like, you changed so much. Like, why? And it's like, I did change. I changed for the better because this is who I was meant to be this whole time, but I was suppressed or I was told not to be. And again, more so because just culturally, just that is the norm and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I can acknowledge traditions. And traditions and like bringing that in and like celebrating traditions.
Hell yeah.
Versus just shit that should not be considered a tradition. Case in point, like the machismo, like letting that shit slide, or, you know, women being silent and letting it be. And it's like, no, absolutely not.
We can do better.
We so can do better.
We can do better. And that creates that cultural shift. And it's going to be a slow cultural shift. That ain't going to change in like a generation. But like, no. Like that's what creates that culture shift is like we start talking about it. Like I've even noticed like talking with the kiddos that I have now, like a lot of them like know therapy terms. And I'm like,
wow.
Oh, all right. That's great. But that's like me growing up. I didn't know those things. There's no way.
Yeah, absolutely. I know a lot of, me included, like to dog shit on Gen Z a lot.
Sure.
But I feel like that's the first, like us millennials and then Gen Z and then the generation after. You know, it definitely won't be the same, but there will be some change. And that change is going to be for the better because like people are we're sick of it, you know. It doesn't have to be because someone said this is the way it's been, it's always going to be. It's like, no. And the same thing with like my family. They were very much like, you're not this kind of person. I was like, actually I am. This is who I'm meant to be. This is who I am. Take it or leave it. And again, at the end of the day, if your family loves you, they'll accept you for whatever changes you've made, inward and outward.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, they'll be like, I want to be in your life. I want to be a part of your life. I want to know you as a person.
Yes, I agree. And I love that people are still like there is a culture shift, a slow culture shift, because obviously still in certain parts of the world, you're running into just like, oh, you need to see a shrink, you're crazy, you know, or still like machismo exists and certain cultures are very like still there. as far as when it comes to that mental health care. Yeah. And I know that it's changing. But
it's changing at a turtle's pace.
It's slow.
Or even at like a snail pace, but
it's slow. Obviously the kids I'm going to see in my office are part of that change.
Yeah.
Or at least I hope that they are. I hope that they don't leave my office and immediately like shit on someone's mental health. That'd be fucked up. But the idea of them like going out, coming to me, and then going out and like, you know, learning that patience or accepting somebody else's struggles. It's like,
being compassionate, being having empathy, and acknowledging that shit, period.
Yeah.
Because again, I feel like even now in today's time, it's very much like, I feel like you mentioned mental health, and it's like either a butt of a joke, or this person is batshit crazy, stay away from them. And it's like, no, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit crazy, but again, who isn't if you push their buttons?
Yeah. There's also like there's also like a, you know, levels of severity, and I feel like there's also this weird, and maybe this is our generation a little bit more than the kiddos, but like there's like a weird feeling of like, if I hear about somebody's mental health, like I want to fix it, you know? And I'm a therapist. That's what I'm literally trained to do. Like, okay, like, sure. But there's people who are just like, well, like, you know, my sister's going through a lot. So as far like I try and do like all these things for her, and it's like, that's really nice of you. And it's also something that you can't necessarily help with if you're not a professional.
Yeah. Like, you can always be there for that person and support them.
Right.
Sure.
And you can acknowledge that they're struggling.
Yeah.
And help them in the ways that are like more practical. You know, like, I'm so depressed, I can't even drive myself to the doctor's office to get up my prescription. Done. Like, get in my car, let's go. Like, you can do more practical things to help if you are not a trained professional, and then just kind of be that, you know, you can be that more light person, or just kind of say like, you know, an underrated phrase that I tell like some of my like teen kids, because a lot of teen kids have like a little bit of that savior thing, is the power of the phrase, that sucks, I'm sorry. Because literally that acknowledges the problem.
Yeah.
It shows some sympathy and empathy, because you understand that it sucks, and sympathy of feeling sorry. And like, but you're not necessarily like going to fix it.
Yeah.
Especially teens who just don't have like that amount of power or influence over the situation.
Yeah, and sometimes a lot of it is just stuff that you can't control. And it's I at least I know for me, in my experience, I'm a little bit of a control freak, and I get in a panic where I'm just like, I can't control this, what do I do? And I gotta remind myself, like, we don't have to be in control of everything.
Right.
It sucks, it's a shitty situation, or it sucks, but you know, again, tomorrow's another day. Right. Tomorrow's going to be another situation. And for people that know someone that's struggling mentally, just even a simple like checking in, you know, if you know that they struggle and they've opened up to you about that, like a simple, hey, hello. I'm not an advocate for like, how are you doing? Because I'm always like, do you really want to know? Or do you want like, what do you call it? Like, not a fake answer, but you know, like, yeah, things are fine type of answer.
That surface level.
Yeah.
Kind of fake answer.
But it's more of like, to you using that phrase, mine is like, um, is there anything I can do? Oh, are you like are you having a good day? And if
Yeah.
you're not, is there anything that I can help to better that day?
Right.
Or just need someone to talk to?
Right. Yeah. I
Have you-
mean, yeah, I like I don't know, maybe I get time is a flat circle. I have no concept of it. But like a friend, like I was talking to a friend and they were just like, I'm having a really shitty day, dude. And I was just like, dude, I ordered pizza. Like get over here. Like I'm not gonna be your therapist because you're not paying me, so whatever. But like, but
but
like,
I can be your friend.
but let me be a homie.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let me be like, don't underestimate the power of just being kind of a homie.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also that other, like, that's the other side of it. Like, people feel like they have to help you fix what's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's like, you can't fix depression. You can treat it. You can treat it,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, it's that person that has to go through that journey, not no one else. But you can be there for them and hold their hand through it, for sure.
Hold some space for them, absolutely.
Yeah. And again, like, not even to treat them, it's just having someone that they can lean on.
Yeah.
Consistently. I want to preface that with like consistently. Because I feel like that's the other side of like a lot of people like, I'm here for you. But it's like, are you really though? Or are you just saying that? Because that's another phrase where I'm just like, I'd rather you not say that if you don't really mean it.
Yeah.
And it's not like they don't have to mean it, but it's just like, if you're not emotionally available for me as a homie, or being able to be there in general, like, that's totally fine. That's totally valid. Like, everyone has their lives.
Totally.
But like, don't say that to say that, you know, because a lot of people that are depressed get hit with that shit, and it's like, fuck. But I'm all alone.
But I still, but I'm still.
Yeah.
And I'll say this for people who are like, how can I best support someone with depression? Is there is something to be said for like the power of being a homie, and also keeping like expectations realistic. Like, like if you're just gonna be a homie and you're not a trained professional, you know, even for my friends, I am a trained professional, and I'm like, dude, I want to be your friend. I don't want to be your therapist. I don't want to cross that barrier of my like professional self versus like my homie self.
And you need that boundary for you, because otherwise,
for me,
you'd be a therapist to everyone all the time.
Be exhausting.
And I was gonna say, I'm like, that would get really exhausting real quick. And then I feel like the people that come to see you with that purpose, it's like you're spent, and how are you gonna help them when they're kind of supposed to be that top priority for you to give that professional help for?
And like I tell friends that it's like, listen, I can support you in these ways, you know, these are kind of the ways I can support you. If you don't need those things, then like let's figure out another way. And like you said, this like the consistency piece, like there is something to be said for consistency, and also understanding that you can't be there 24 hours a day. It's just not humanly possible to basically devote your entire being to someone else like that. Be encouraging.
Absolutely.
Like be encouraging, be a positive light, do those things that you can like, let me help you kind of show that there is kind of hope. And I'll even like, for I have resources where I can be like, yo, this person, like I know this specific therapist is taking new clients. You know?
Yeah. Absolutely. I haven't had to in a while, but honestly, the hotlines really do help.
Mm-hmm.
That's again reminding people of that.
Yeah.
Like if you can't get into to see a new therapist, or if your therapist's appointment is like 2 weeks from now or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
or they can't squeeze you in sooner, the hotlines are there.
They are.
And
They
they
are.
have professionals at the ready, that have that time.
And the beauty of that too is I don't know if you knew this, Cyber. Actually, I used to work on the National Suicide Hotline.
I feel like I remember you saying that, yeah.
And most of those people who are working those lines, they're volunteers. Like,
Wow.
that to me, that shows that devotion and that want to be there for you, and not just like, oh, they have to be there, they're getting paid, whatever. Right?
Yeah.
I get that all the time as a therapist. You're just seeing me so you get paid. And I was like, dude, if you didn't show up, I get paid other way. So
Right. Or like it's not a thing that they can add to their growing resume or whatever, but there is genuine people
they
like
want to be
out there
there
to help. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have to get certified. It's not you can't just walk off the street. You have to get certified and go through training, and it's mostly volunteers. It's people who want to be there, want to help.
Yeah.
That's like that line works still, the 800 number, and also you can dial 988 if you're in America. If you're in the States, 988, you can call or text it. And
Bro, I can't even imagine back in my day when I needed to talk to someone, like texting them instead of calling them.
mm-hmm.
I'd just be like, man, I wish that was an option back. They wouldn't have to hear me sob on the line. It's like trying to catch my breath between words.
Right. Yeah. And 24 hours a day, you can text them, call them. Either one. I know they even have a chat option if you go online. So if you don't have access to a phone. Oops, didn't mean to punch my mic, sorry. Lots of options there. Just for people who are out there and want to check those kinds of things out.
And even not for you, but like just having that information for a friend or a future friend, or in the future, I guess I should say. But yeah.
Yeah. I give 988 to my kids and just like, listen, if you need it, they're there.
Yeah.
Because as a professional, I can't even be there all the time, you know? It's like, dude, I see that, they're just like, well, like, what if I need you later this week? It's like, dude, I see 29, 30 other kids this week. Like,
yeah,
I can't be there. I can't be there every single moment of every day.
You would love to.
Sure.
You would love to.
Sure.
But people aren't meant to be there 24/7. Like, you as a person are not supposed to be available 24/7.
Right. And that goes for homies as well.
Yeah.
That goes for homies as well.
This is why it's good to find a community.
Hey.
Much like what you find on Twitch.
Hey. That's perfect. Yes, you can find that company on Twitch. You can find that in other forums, things like that. Online has created a world. Obviously, online safety is a thing.
Yeah, that's it.
And creating that kind of like, how do I get better to I kind of lost my train of thought here. Hang on. Is it going to come back? Oh, there it is. Creating this world for yourself to get better and better by meeting new people. And
I'll be the first to say it's really fucking scary to put yourself out there, but
100%.
The times I've done it, rejection or not, I'm glad I did.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Love that. Do you think now's a good little transition for some Q&A action? Some audience Q&A, chat Q&A?
Yeah.
Or do you need a quick break, or are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling good, but yeah, like I don't know if there was anything else you wanted, any other topics or something. I'm trying to run through what, but I like.
I feel like I covered the things that I was like really wanting to cover, and obviously like our ADHD took us my ADHD took us places, we'll say.
No, I don't have ADHD, but I very much am like easily distracted, where I'm just like, oh, because my brain just jumps like, oh, and that just reminds me of that, and that reminds me of this, and that, like, it's there's a game like that you like, it's like a jumping point or whatever, and then it like takes you so far down that you're like, how did we even get from the start to all the way over here? But
right.
But yeah, this
good transition time.
I'm good, yeah.
Excellent. So, to the chat, hello. We're addressing you now. Thank you all for being here. First of all,
sorry.
No, don't apologize. You own them. No, it's very. But we are. This is the Q&A session. You are more than welcome to ask anything from either me, Siver, to both of us. It does not have to do with anything that we're talking about. It can be, obviously, if you want to learn more about a specific topic, or like, hey, can you go back to a second to that thing? I have our first question at the ready if you are willing.
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Can ghosts change their clothes?
I knew this was that question. Ben, are you listening? No.
No.
It is not. No, they cannot. I will die on this hill.
All right.
The clothes you die with is what you wear.
If you die naked, do you get a sheet?
No, because
no.
Instead of just being like Barbie Ken doll.
Oh, okay. So it gets removed.
Well, no.
No. Oh.
You get covered up, but it's the last outfit you were wearing before you got naked, or before you died naked.
Okay. So that's like, because like, for instance, like if I die in my sleep, I sleep naked. Like if I die in my sleep, what happens then?
Whatever outfit you were wearing before you were in that naked state is with the clothes you'll have.
Say I was in the shower and I hopped right into bed.
Okay, but before you got into the shower, what were you wearing?
Oh,
like
my
tanks
God.
and jeans? Tanks and shorts?
Of course I was wearing a tank top of some kind.
Yeah. So you're changing from naked to clothing. That's changing. Look, that is not that's not changing. Everyone has a default.
Wait, you have a default skin? Like a Fortnite character? Like...
Yes. But you can't change your clothes after that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn it.
This is why I'm gonna die in a like princess gown and a tiara. So when I'm a ghost, I'll look like a princess.
So there should be like a ton of ghosts in like hospital gowns, is what I'm saying. Like a ton.
There might be. What if you were born in the nudist
Just saying.
No, I will die on this hill. You don't change your clothes. Of course, it's always comes back to Fortnite.
I'm just saying, if there is a specific default like, clothing option for everybody. It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate because, like, maybe I'm like, oh, I want to wear a bathrobe,
You needed to die in the bathrobe.
Well, I can't. It's not like I'm gonna plan for that.
Yeah.
All right, fine. All right. Next question. Favorite Sailor Moon character?
Usagi, Sailor Moon, the queen
Classic.
herself.
The queen herself.
Second is Venus.
That's a good choice. Venus is a good choice.
Do you have a favorite, Trav?
I was always partial to anything like a character design that was red, so like Sailor Mars.
Oh, Mercury.
And Mercury, yeah.
Oh, Mars.
And what I didn't realize until like I don't know, maybe a couple of years ago, I was like watching it with somebody. I was watching some Sailor Moon episodes, and and Tuxedo Mask doesn't do fucking anything.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't ever do anything. He just shows up.
Yeah.
So
what's up with that? Just shows up. Hi.
Like that. It just kind of shows up.
Yep. Yeah, in my second rewatch past year, 2 years ago, somewhere around COVID time, I was like, man, watching this as a kid, Tuxedo Mask was like everything, and I'm like, dude,
they make a really big deal about it.
Dude, you don't do anything though. It's literally all Sailor Moon and everyone but you.
He just kind of shows up.
I feel like they gave him like 2-3 episodes where he actually did do something, but the rest of it is honestly just posture. Like, hey, by the way, he's still here.
Yeah, we didn't forget.
Love that, Aaron. Yes.
A question from Bigger Ultra. We did talk about this earlier, but we can go over it real quick. Since you judge others on their Taco Bell orders, what is yours?
I got 3. Number 1 is always going to be number 6, chicken chalupa with Baja Blast. No Baja Blast, Pepsi. That's also another reason why I love Taco Bell, by the way. I'm a big Pepsi advocate. And they are one of the only chains that carries Pepsi.
True.
Next up is chicken quesadilla. Double everything, the chicken, the sauce, the cheese. I might
just do that next time. Oh my gosh.
There used to be another sauce that I would layer on when I would do it myself, but I can't remember the name of it right now.
Fair.
And then number 4 is 1 beef chalupa, 1 crunchy taco, supreme crunchy taco.
With the tomatoes
cheesy bean and rice burrito. Yeah. Dude, that sour cream and those tomatoes. No, it's just mainly the sour cream that makes it supreme. But they hit.
They do. I don't even really like raw tomatoes all that much, but they do.
Yeah.
They do. I'm a chicken quesadilla, and before they got rid of them, it was 2 chicken chipotle melts as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me keep going down here. Can I hire you, JK? How long have you been doing this? That was to me. No, because I work with children. And I have been doing therapy as a therapist since 2016. But before that, I was working on the suicide hotline, and I was also working in foster care and things like that. So yeah, I've been doing it for a while. Almost, oh Jesus Christ, almost 10 years. All right.
Trav, you're showing your age.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay, let's see here. We got the next question is McRib and Shamrock Shake. Have you had? Discuss.
I have had a McRib. I want to say I had a Shamrock Shake, but like only in like passing tasting. Like someone ordered it, oh, you want to try some? I took a sip, and then I was like, Not for me.
Yeah, so it was all right.
Yeah.
The McRib, I remember being a lot more into it in college.
Yeah.
But that's because there was a 24-hour McDonald's kind of down the road from the school that I went to. And if you could convince one of your sober friends to drive you there, that McRib hit at like 3 a.m. for sure. So hit, like super hard.
Yeah. I've never had a McRib at 3 a.m., but the McRib is back. So
Yeah, and again, I had it, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, and I was like, it's about what I remember, but not as good. And I'm just like, well, a little alcohol take care of that.
yeah, that changes taste buds for sure. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the things I really liked as a kid or as a teenager even, or even like a young adult,
Mm-hmm.
I may not necessarily like now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, that's a shame, but also that's okay. Because I'm like, that means my taste buds have matured.
I'm growing.
Even though I fucking eat Taco Bell. But
which again is the same like 4 or 5 ingredients just reordered. And then they're just like, stuff it in a fucking tortilla. I don't know.
You want crunchy?
Random
you want
chips.
Crunchy or
Fuck you.
You want soft?
I don't know. Random red chips. So you're like, all right, I'm in. I'll take 4.
I'm really sad though. They used to have this like chicken bowl with the red strips on top and the sauce. Man, that one again, so good. People loved it, but I feel like if it wasn't making profits or whatever, or wasn't selling hot,
fucking whatever.
They're like, yeah, we're gonna take this out.
They did that with the Mexican pizza too, and then
yeah, they did. It's back though. It's back.
Which is dumb, because like it was doing really well.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people were upset about that. Dude, a lot of people were so mad. I was still working when that happened. I was like, bro, that's not... I'm like, I'm like, go call corporate.
You think I made that call? Give me a break. We have, my question is, where do you get the audacity to be so flippin' cool, both of you?
Who said that?
That was Dr. Dickhead.
You mean Dr. Duckhead?
Sure. Thank you.
I don't know. Just a lot of tears and suffering.
It's not suffering, honestly. I just suffered really well for a while, and now I just choose to be way fucking cooler.
It's really funny because some people, like, at least one of my real life friends, that's my best friend, she's always like, man, you're always so happy and like sunshine about everything. And I'm just like, bruh, I can be sad if you want me to be, but it's just like, I'd rather not. If I can try to be positive about something, I'm gonna try to take that route, because the days when I can't, like, you won't hear from me. Like, I fucking disappear.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. And I think honestly, another contributing cool factor is the booty sunglasses.
Oh.
Honestly,
oh.
like, it makes all the sense in the world why I'd be cool like this.
I mean, you can only be cool with glasses like that.
I also have cat ears on my desk. Do you have any questions, Cyber? Do you have any questions that you were like burning inside to ask?
Not burning, maybe like a small itch.
Sure. Okay.
Cause I follow you on Twitter, and
okay,
a lot of the times I wish I could retweet you so bad.
Why not?
But I can't. I need to keep my PG persona. I need to make a separate alt account so I can be able to retweet you.
They're not all exclusively like R-rated.
No, not R-rated. Not questionable, but believe me, because I hold myself back replying to a lot of tweets that I see.
Okay,
and I'm just like, no, don't do it, Cyber.
All right, I'm gonna pull my Twitter on my phone, and I need you to know which one.
No,
I need to know.
But my question to you was, how much like flack do you get from guys when either on Twitch or like YouTube or Twitter, like any of your social media, when you do post like, oh, painting my nails and like long hair and like your cat ears and maid cosplay and whatever.
Oh, okay. You're kind of asking like, how much flack do I get from like general public when I like not conform to male norms? That's a good question. I actually I feel like it's the community that I've built is like, especially on Twitch, is like usually like super cool about it. They're like, oh my gosh, like, yes, this is so, like, I love when you're in a maid costume or like the cat ears, whatever. And it's like, oh, it's so cute. And then like and you know this, but like there was a maid stream that I did, and this guy came in and was like so upset that a man was dressing as a maid because that's what women do.
Yeah.
And I was like, I kept making jokes about it. And I was like, bro, I think you saw the thumbnail and saw my long hair and was like, that's a girl. And then was like, took your dick out and then was like, oh, what the fuck? You know? I think that's what happened. I think he got really mad about that. I also had a TikTok. I had a TikTok taken down a long time ago because I like stitched some guy who said something about like women's opinions don't matter to an alpha man or whatever, and and then that one got like it like gained a lot of popularity, and then it got reported by a bunch of dudes.
Oh, because of bullying or whatever.
For bullying. I was like, oh, are you a bunch of snowflakes? What happened?
You should have done another TikTok with like the green screen background and like the TikTok being reported, and then be like, what a bunch of snowflakes, and then like a snow effect falling down. Trav, I got ideas.
I love it. I love it.
If I can be a face camera person, I would be doing so much stuff, but I just can't.
I get it. I
just can't. But there are some times where I'm just like, the public gets me going, and I'm just like, fuck this. No more PNG. I'm gonna show my face because I got shit to say. But then I'm like, no, let's be nice.
Well, you feel free to retweet any degen tweet that you would like. I don't know. Those I'm not. It's not like I'm trying to like build like a specific brand on Twitter. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's literally just like
I literally find them so funny, but again, for me to post on social media, because I'm a private person, and I don't want to say show that side of me, because I feel like everyone has that side, but like, if people are searching me on Twitter, like, that's not something I necessarily want to promote, just because there are so many streams where like, it, 18 plus, and I'm just like, I don't want to be only 18 plus.
Sure.
I want to have anyone and everyone come in, and again, more so like just heading towards that, like, just PG, because again, if kids are on the internet, somewhere that they can go and be, and I guess maybe if a parent is listening in, not have to worry.
Mhm.
But also, I'm also looking for that type of content because I want it.
Yeah.
So I
Oh,
realize
nothing
that
wrong with
it's
that at
not
all.
there. So I'm creating that kind of, filling that void that I have in my own wants and needs. But
Yeah, 100%. Like I do it specifically because I have to be 18 minus all day.
that's fair. That's so fair.
I have to kind of keep a lid on a lot of it most of
Yeah.
the day. And then eventually then I can come here and kind of unwind and make jokes about, all the different types of things. But
Oh,
I understand.
the
I'm glad you still get a laugh out of them even if you're not interacting.
oh, absolutely. And like I understand like the whole like numbers and whatever, but I'm like just know I'm sure there's plenty people like me that is like that follows you and sees that and is like that made me laugh so hard. Like you have no idea, and I wish I could like interact with it so you can, be boosted or whatever essentially, like especially on TikTok and all that. But
Yeah.
like oh, you were saying the what one of the last tweets that I liked it by the way, but it took me so much power to not retweet it. Boyfriend, girlfriend.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah. But my take is chocolate. There's no end in chocolate. So
See, yeah, that's a lot more PG.
yeah.
You know.
I'll make my alt account, Trav, and I'll promote you.
Yeah,
and
you're gonna
retweet you.
make a side hustle one.
Yeah.
All these things have an end, but crack is forever. I don't know.
You're not wrong.
It's just
You
one
are
of
not
those.
wrong.
It's one of those stupid brain things that just like, that makes me giggle. So
Trav, before Twitch, my Twitter was a plethora of random thoughts that ran through my head throughout the day. And every time, or like I would be pissed and I would rant because I'm like, no one's gonna fucking read this. And
okay.
my family is not on Twitter. Like,
Yeah.
I don't care. Like the two people that are my friends that are my friends in real life and follow me on Twitter, like they're not gonna say shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were very much not PG. And sometimes I gotta remember that, like, oh, I used that account for Twitch. Like, gotta reel it in.
I mean, I guess so. Maybe it's just for you. It's just once you are unhinged, it's hard to rehinge.
A little bit, yeah.
I get that.
It's all or nothing for me. I'm still trying to find that middle, but it's the best I got.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just glad you get enjoyment out of it. Regardless of the context or retweeting or anything like that. That's what it's there for, is to mostly, because sometimes I just look back on it and I'm just like I'm just like giggling at my own stuff.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like once I stop enjoying this stuff is when I'm just done,
Yeah, and a lot of the jokes I make on my streams or like my posts are really just for me to look back and laugh.
Right.
More so than anybody else. Like,
Yeah.
I really just do it for myself because that just made me cackle.
Yeah, and I'm just glad that y'all are laughing with me most of the time, or at least at me. I'm good with that too.
No, Trav, we're never laughing at you. We're laughing with you. We're laughing with you.
All right, sure. I'll write that lie down in my diary later. Question from Human Cannibal 5. Do y'all feel bonita?
Yeah. I feel bonita.
I feel bonita. There you go. And I don't know. I think there's a lot to be said about like creating. It's not because it's not like it's an alternate personality from who I am as a person. It's just like there's like a professional persona and kind of this like little more goofy, making jokes, you know, that kind of like entertainer personality.
Yeah. And coming from being like having a little bit of an identity crisis because I was such a people pleaser and stuff. And learning to be an individual myself, I realized everyone has different sides to them. And that doesn't mean that they're two-faced or it's an alternate personality or anything, but it's just like it's who they are, and that's okay. And there's certain spaces for it. Because the way I am on Twitch is not how I am at work.
No, absolutely
not. And even like in real life too, when you first meet me, I'm not who I am as you see me.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. If you could do anything in the world right now, no restrictions, what would you do and why?
I'd probably go travel somewhere. I just like leave.
Okay.
And go somewhere new that I don't know. Why? Because I can. The
travel.
question goes like if you could do anything, that's what I would want to do.
Can I redistribute the wealth of billionaires and just like solve like a good like fucking, I want to say like 75% of the world's problems like real quick?
Yeah.
Cause like I think once you hit a billion, like once you hit $1 billion, right? You get a little trophy that says you win capitalism. Good job. And then you are like every dollar you make over $1 billion is just like immediately given away. Like you can't keep over $1 billion.
Yeah.
You can't
you pay your taxes by giving back to the world.
Yeah. You would literally like you could solve so many problems because you have all this extra fucking spare cash just laying around. So like you get a little trophy, you win. Good job.
You can keep one airplane.
Yeah.
Not two.
Keep an airplane, sure. Taylor Swift. Yeah, keep an airplane. And then but everything you make over that.
I got a follow-up question for you, and this might derail us a little bit, but
okay.
In my head, I feel like the world is not going to exist even if we do that.
Sure.
What's your what's your opinion on that?
That the world won't exist?
Does happen. Yeah, even if we make that happen, but the world is still gonna like implode because time and whatever. Do you think it'll still solve most of the problems?
I think it'll solve the problems in the fucking meantime. Okay. But if the world implodes, then it won't matter what I do.
Yeah.
It's a little nihilistic, but like if nothing matters, then it doesn't matter that nothing matters.
This is why I chose to like travel and spend the last remaining days of my life on a beach somewhere, maybe, or
sure.
You know?
I don't know. Like, just, you know, if it doesn't matter, then nothing matters, and I'll just spend the rest of my time doing stuff that, you know, maybe if there's like a full-on countdown, you know, like I'm going full purge, you know what I mean? Sure.
Oh man.
Would you not like I don't know. Like you're telling me that like if it I don't know.
Maybe. I might.
Like I'm finding Mitch McConnell's house, you know? And I'm going to watch the light drain from that man's eyes, and that's it.
Yeah. I'd like to find the people. Wow, this went really dark real quick. But I like to find the people that prevent women or like either like abusers
Mm-hmm.
or pedophiles
Sure. Yeah. Get rid of them
or
too. Yeah.
like any of that group of people. Like just print out a list and like, all right, let's go. Everyone get on the bus. Pick your weapon.
Sure. Hop on,
Shoot.
baby. Try a Morning Star. See if it suits you. You know. So Egg Roll Buddy asked, do you ever find it tough reconciling the multiple sides? Like talking to someone and thinking you'd go crazy if you realized I talk about eggs on the internet. I'll grant you that I don't talk about eggs all that often. Maybe not as much as I should. Maybe I should talk about eggs more.
I know.
I don't know. I don't think like people like would like lose their minds, but I think that it would be like, huh, you do that? You know? Perfect. Hey.
It's not different people. It's the same person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not an obsession. It's just a strong like.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this before, the reason I love eggs because I grew up poor and this was our food. Like
Dude.
eggs and whatever. Or a sandwich and whatnot. And it's, I mean, don't get me wrong, there was a time where I was like, I'm sick of eggs. But
no doubt.
Again, being a depressed person and not really wanting to cook for yourself and you know you need to eat eggs have always been there and have never hurt me, except that one time I think I cracked in some of the shell in it and it hurt my tummy. But besides that,
Yeah.
like it's always been there.
It's always been there.
Eggs.
Oh man, I wish I like it's such a bonding experience to talk about like together growing up poor. Like when I was living with my dad, there were definitely times I like had sleep for dinner, you know? Like,
yeah.
or just like, you know, like all we have in the house is like the heels of the bread, you know?
Yeah, or you gotta make sure you split this evenly between everybody because everyone just gets a bite.
Yeah, like everyone, like we have a single tortilla in the house.
Yeah, you gotta cut it 6 ways.
Yeah, split it up.
Yeah.
I don't hate eggs. Shut up. That's the answer to that question. And choosing y'all's careers path, and on it now, why did you choose this and what made you choose this path? So you go ahead and go first for your career choice.
So I mentioned before, I have an office job, administrative, like data entry type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oddly enough, I work in the healthcare industry. So I work for a doctor's office.
That.
Yeah. So yeah, fuck you, healthcare system. One day, maybe it'll change. Probably not.
Not.
But weirdly enough, when I had my daughter and me and my ex-husband were trying to like move out or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
we needed money. That kind of happens when you have a kid and responsibilities.
Right.
So I got this job kind of temporarily, and then I just kind of got good at it, and I had a really good teacher. And I ended up liking it so much that I went to school and got like my certificate and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of pursued that, and I'm terrible at math and I work with numbers every single day, but I'm good at my job because I've just been in it for 17 years.
That's great.
And like I can make it a career basically. So
Yeah.
Again, I was fortunate enough that I fell into it, was good at it, liked it enough, pursued school
Yeah.
and am able to find a job
Right.
almost anywhere, give or take.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a transferable skill.
Yeah.
Not just like in the like corporate world, but like even just computer skills and all that kind of stuff. That's all transferable. So, yeah, that's awesome. It's cool to find success and even like, you know, some like enjoyment out of it almost. You're just like, no, I kind of, you know, I ended up liking it enough to like pursue it. So,
Yeah.
this, I think I've told this story before and I'll shorten it. I was originally studying music, and then was like, holy shit, studying music makes it not fun and I don't want to do it anymore. So I kept music as my fun thing, and then I was like, I don't know what to do. So I went to a guidance counselor, and I was like, hey man, I don't know what to do with my like career choices. And he was like, well, what do you like? And I was like, I don't know. I like chemistry.
And this.
Chemistry school. I like, you know, I'm pretty cool with like Spanish was fun, you know, like little things like that. And he was like, no. Like, what do you like? Like, what in life do you like? And I was like, oh, I don't know. I like video games. I like music. I like people. And he was like, what about that people thing? Like, do you want to study people? And I was like, sure. I mean, people are weird. We're so weird. We have like these social norms that we all have to like, that like nobody really like wrote in stone, but we all agreed to. Like, why do we all face the same way in the elevator? We don't have to do that. There's no rule.
But I thought that's because the door is facing that way.
So what?
Whoa, Trav. Now I need to go ride an elevator.
I'm telling you, and you're gonna feel weird if you don't face the door. But why do we feel weird? There's no law. There's no sign that says face the door.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just like one of those like little things that we just like grew as a social norm. And I was like, why is that? And then so social psychology I wanted to do, and then I wanted to learn more about people on an individual level, so like psychology. So I did a psychology and sociology degree. I got 2 bachelors, and then I realized that I can't do anything with just a psychology bachelor's.
Yeah.
Which was unfortunate to learn, but then I was like, all right, I'll go to grad school. I'm not ready for the real world anyway. So I went to grad school, and then at the end of grad school, when they were like, all right, were you looking for your doctorate? And I was like, no.
So guess what? You earned more school.
That's enough school for me forever. Thank you. So yeah, once I kind of like got my grad school degree and was able to get a counseling job, I just kind of stuck with it. And I like working with the kiddos because
they're the future of tomorrow.
And that's a very nice way of saying it. I just like playing. Like the amount of like Uno and Connect 4 and chess and like random games that I play all day, it's great.
Yeah. But that's part of the finding an activity together in order to find the opportunity to open up and talk. It's
great.
Yeah, it
is. And I'll sit on the floor all day. It's a fun time. It's a fun time. So yeah. Are there any other questions in chat? Again, they don't have to do with anything. They don't have to do anything with what we've been talking about, either in the chat or just now. It can be to either one of us or both of us.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
What shoe size are you?
13.
Oh, okay. Because you're tall, dude, right?
I'm almost 6 feet tall, yes.
Okay, yeah. That's what I figured. Look, perception of, like, screens.
Right.
Person relating to person in real life.
Yeah, I got clown feet. That's probably because I'm a clown. Oh, what are your thoughts on the multiverse? Sorry, Aaron.
Multiverse.
Probably.
It's a cool concept.
Mhm.
I love anything to do with like time travel, time loops and stuff, or like there being another version of myself somewhere that I'm hoping is better than the one I am now. But yeah, I mean, if I feel like if we ever get that going, that'd be a cool trip to go take.
Sure. I'd go meet like I'd go meet like an alternate version of myself.
Yeah.
I think that would be weird.
I've
Or
always
hot.
wanted
Or
to
hot.
have
Could
like
be
a
hot.
twin.
Right?
I've always wanted a twin. I don't know
Really?
why. Yeah, I have no idea why, but I feel like that want or whatever, like
Mhm.
if I go to the multiverse, it's like, oh, there's two of me. I mean,
Right.
kind of.
I too am 5'11", embrace it. So funny story about the 5'11" thing. Have you ever seen those memes that are like 5'11" and 6 feet? Like they're like there's like a huge difference.
There's not that much of a difference.
I know there's not, but like that's like the meme. Like people will be like, "You're not
Yeah.
6 feet tall." It's like I'm 5'11". And it's like, yeah, but you're not 6 feet. So I don't date people who are under 6 feet. And you're like, oh, okay.
Like
I'm 5'11".
six on the dot, or like six plus.
So yeah, basically like the meme is that anybody under 6 feet tall is just this tiny little thing. Like for instance, have you seen that meme where like the guy's like presenting a sword to the big Dark Souls looking dude?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so like the short guy's
Yeah.
5'11" and the big guy's 6 feet. Like that's the kind of like difference that like the world weirdly puts it.
For reference, everyone is taller than me because I'm 5 feet even. So I'm baby.
There you go. There you go.
Everyone's always been taller than me, so
If this
shrug
world ends,
emoji.
oh, meh. If this world ends, do we get to jump to another, or are we all just goners?
How religious are you? Because that would depend on
That's a good question.
that take. Because for me, I would hope that we're just goners. There is no afterlife. There is no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of. Yeah, I think we're done. I think that's like game over.
I didn't mention this before, but also part of my parent issues and my image issues and like honestly everything else. I have religion trauma.
Oh, we could talk about
Added
religion
on.
trauma for hours.
Yeah, but not to say I'm like done with it, but I had my moment in that, and I
Mhm.
just was not good for me. I had good moments in it, but just overall, it's a big X on my card. It was like the bitch just.
Yeah, it's a
Past
big
that.
old stamp, as it were.
Yeah.
A little
Yeah.
cross-shaped stamp.
So that's why I'm very particular when people ask those, even like in real life situations, like,
Mhm.
how religious are you? Because I don't think you'd want to know my answer. Yeah.
You sure about that? Yeah, fair enough. In a non-egg context, do you have trouble reconciling different parts of yourself to the same people? Like with coworkers, do you ever think like they don't know that I stream on Twitch and do puzzles/podcasts? I forgot you were there that day that we just did all those word puzzles, egg roll. Because I fucking love word puzzles. I'm like, wuzzles, give them up.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, at least my current coworkers, I think, would be a lot more cool with it than my previous ones.
I work with a lot of older women.
Mhm.
Not necessarily my age, and there's maybe like a handful that are possibly around my age or younger. that they might think like, oh, that's kind of cool or whatever. But I mean, if they happen to find me, I mean, I'm not gonna deny it because I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, it's Twitch is my hobby. I do this for fun. I don't do it
yeah,
for anything else because this is my thing for me.
yeah. I had some
Um,
coworkers find me on TikTok and stuff like that, and I'm like, feel free to follow, but like, it's not gonna change what I'm doing. Just so like, if it's not for you,
Yeah.
like, I'm not gonna feel bad if it's not for you, you know?
right, absolutely. No, my most of my social media is like locked down
Hmm.
because I don't want my coworkers to find me because
That's fair.
it's not that I don't want to make friends with them, but again, it's just it doesn't
But
tend
I
to
don't want to make
be
friends with them. I get it.
a friendship relationship as more
Sure.
of like them complaining to me about their life because
Mhm.
they have someone to complain to.
Yeah.
Very one-sided type of side, you know?
Yeah, I heard that. I hear that for sure. Did Cyver elaborate on the Final Fantasy dislike, or was it just mentioned?
No,
You
I
wanna-
think we should have mentioned it honestly.
We just kind of quickly mentioned it, and you kind of threw Shlee under the bus as well.
Look, she played Final Fantasy and didn't finish the game. There's
Oh.
YouTube evidence.
Oh.
Okay? I didn't throw her under the bus. That's I'm sorry if chat you took it that way, but no, I feel like I just again with the circle that I was in with streamers that I was watching when I mean I'm still a viewer. There's just so many people playing Final Fantasy and this fucking rebirth is coming out or came out today. So I know that shit is gonna be also like 20 fucking people on my follow list is just gonna be Final Fantasy. But like, bruh, give me some variety. No,
I'm sure-
this is Final Fantasy 1. That other person is playing Final Fantasy 11 or 25, whatever number it's on.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through 16, but you know.
Yeah. Have you seen me in your chat? No, I'm just kidding. No, I lurk. But
I
yeah,
appreciate
it's
it.
just I feel like again, it's just a timing.
Mhm.
And I think I just slipped up one day and I'm just like, man, why is Erwin playing Final Fantasy? And then we just ran with that because it was a good bit. I mean, it's still a good bit.
No, that's pretty funny. It's just funny that you kind of run in those circles and you're just like, I just don't even really care.
I think because I've never played it myself, I'm sure if I play it, I'll be like, oh, like I'll have that aha moment.
Maybe.
But
Yeah.
for now, I'm just like, again, hate is a strong word. I don't hate it. I
Right.
think some parts of it are nice.
Yeah.
I like the fanfare. But that that won't be my go-to.
Totally understand. And if
And
I
that just
wasn't,
means I need to go find new streamers.
and if I hadn't already like put in like 36 hours into 16, I'd probably be like, all right, whatever, let's move on. But like, I'm in too deep at this point.
That's fair.
Uh,
Again, Shlee is like, I played this 2 hours too long. Let's just shelve that.
Fuck it. That's fair. That is fair. AG asked if you were a Disney villain, what would be your backstory? Religious trauma. There you go. That's my answer.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, it kind of just encompasses everything.
Just a little bit of you know, just like, listen, I've seen the devil more than I've seen God, so like let I'm gonna burn it all down or something. I don't know.
Yeah, mine would definitely be like princess trapped in a castle.
But for like too long, so you'd become a villain.
Yeah.
All right. That's fair.
Egg roll, please.
So I mean, yeah, it's just not your cup of tea. That's okay on the Final Fantasy bit.
I will say the community challenge was completed. I will be playing Final Fantasy at some point in time this year, so.
Do you know which one?
The first one.
Oh, it was a classic. First off.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm excited.
That's yeah. It's just not my favorite, but it's fine. I mean, I'll just lurk or whatever.
What's your favorite, Trav?
9. 9. It came at a very pivotal time in my life, and also you kill God, so.
Okay.
Because most Final Fantasies end in deicide, so. Which I don't know. Pretty dope.
Again, I feel like
me.
I have to be there. It's one of those games where you have to be there to, you know, to like maybe appreciate it.
Yeah, and I mean, I will fully admit that I have nostalgia blinders on for 9. So, you know, everyone like 7 was a lot of people's like starter, which is why they're like remaking it and making an absolute fuck ton of money off of it.
Oh, okay. I just figured they just need another cash cow, because they're like,
yeah, and
Disney, you know, they're like, oh, let's remake this movie because we need money.
Yes, and it was gonna work. Like, there's no way that it wasn't going to work. But yeah, like a lot of Final Fantasies end very similarly in the fact that you are up against some form of God. That form of God changes, but it's there.
It's there.
So if you got that religious trauma, it does feel kind of good to kill one or two.
Or 2. Wait, there's more than one boss?
There's 16 games, Cyber.
Oh god. I have the first one.
Nice.
And I think I have 10 because
10's
when
fantastic.
I was actually thinking about getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
Someone is like, "Oh, start with this one."
10's probably the easiest to get into, no doubt.
Okay, and I think that's why they recommended me.
Yeah.
That. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see my journey.
We'll see.
Maybe I'll pull a Shlee and be like, all right, I've had enough of this.
Fuck this. I said I'd play it and I played it.
I mean, I'll export the VOD to YouTube just so that it's there.
So that
even
the
if
proof
it's like
exists.
2 hours. Yeah, yeah.
It's like a 52-minute VOD.
Yeah. Half of it is commercial breaks.
Yeah, it's like a good chunk of like just like your starting soon screen. You're like, no, I'm not doing any more of that. No, I get it. I say 10 is super easy to get into. It's the most like basic.
Okay.
And then they change things back and forth.
I like to remind everybody the only JRPG I've ever played is Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger is fantastic.
Yeah, so this will be my second going into this category of games.
Mm-hmm. It's a classic RPGs, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Chrono Trigger's fantastic. Got to actually play it all the way through for the first time on stream. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, I remember because you know we're crazy old, right? I rented it, Blockbuster style.
Wow, imagine renting games.
I know.
Who does that?
Imagine renting games and my dad stealing them and never giving them back.
Those were never selling them.
You know, I don't know if he sold them. He definitely stole them. Definitely stole them and then would like usually give them like a fake name so they couldn't track them down.
Ooh, that's smart.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Hollywood Video, perhaps?
Wow, Hollywood Video.
Mhm.
Damn. Wow. Trav, stop showing our age.
What do you mean? You've never been to Game Crazy? Those are the days right there.
Those were the days.
I remember going to Toys R Us to get video games.
What, they had video games at Toys R Us?
At least the one near me.
No, not by mine.
You had to pull this like piece of paper and hand it to a person who like had to like go get it. And they'd bring it out to you. And those are the days. KB Toys,
Wow.
yup. KB Toys.
Oh, yeah, there was a KB Toys in our mall.
There was an EB Games like 2 doors down from a GameStop.
Oh, EB Games. Holy shit.
Yeah. Growing up, where I was growing up, there was a place called Game Force, and it still exists, and it's like the same 4 dudes who have owned that place since I was a child.
But different people working there, right?
It's like the same 4 dudes that own it.
Wow.
I imagine there's like they have like, you know, in and out some workers here and there, but like it doesn't take that many guys to like run a video game shop. So and it was they were great. They were always so good about recommending games or being like, hey, like this is actually like you would like I remember you came in and bought this game. If you like Final Fantasy style games, you really like Grandia. And I was like, what's Grandia? It was like, oh, turns out I really like Grandia.
Is that a JRPG? Is that
Yes.
RPG? Shooter?
It's
Platformer?
No. It's another style of JRPG. Right around that same time as like all the big Final Fantasies and stuff were coming out. Like I think Grandia, the first Grandia came out right around the time that like 6 came out.
Okay.
And according to a poll that I just saw recently, 6 is the #1 Final Fantasy. I don't know if you Final Fantasy heads can believe that. I don't know about 6 being the top. I don't know.
I can't comment on that because I don't know all the fantasy numbers.
Don't get me wrong, Tara's my girl, but like 6? I don't know. It's probably because she has green hair and Shy has green hair, so that might have something to do with it. Who knows?
Apple has some interesting decisions in it.
It did. It did. Is Grandia a shooter? It's true.
Look.
No, it is not a shooter.
I was asking questions, okay?
I'm just trying to figure it out. Was that the one that had 12 in second place? I don't remember. I just remember seeing 6 at #1 and I was like, #1? That's a choice.
Where did they pull this? What state? What continent?
I don't know, some backwards place like Arkansas or something. I don't know.
It's rigged.
I have no idea. But I really want to say thank you, Siver, for coming on here. This was a ton of fun today.
Yeah, Trav, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I've completed the Golden Girls trifecta here.
Yes.
I had all of y'all. And now I must move on to other discords to dissemble.
No, we're still very much together.
No, you are, absolutely.
Together.
Very happy about it too.
But yeah, Trav, thanks for having me. I know you might not see me in chat all the time, but I'm a big heavy lurker and I do like
Big same.
having you in the background and listening to the TravTalks segments because they're just a lot of fun, and
Yeah.
especially new people that I've recently run into,
Mhm.
or maybe someone I didn't know that seems really great. I'm just like, oh, I should watch this person
Mhm.
or see what this person's about and how it is over in their channel.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer on like, you refer me to like a person, a restaurant, music, I don't know, a store. Like,
Mhm.
you tell me like, hey, I think you like this. I'm gonna take that and be like, yeah, I'm gonna give it like the college try and be like, oh yeah, this, check it out.
Mhm. Yeah. It sounds similar to like when someone recommends something to me, like with music specifically. Like I have a 3-listen rule. So I got to listen to it fully 3 times. Like
Wow.
no matter what it is. Like it might be like because I'm just not a big fan of country. There are some
Nobody's a big fan of country. If they are, they're lying.
Oh, you better watch where you say that. There's some country songs that fucking slap. There's no doubt. But I gotta give it 3 full listens.
That's honest. Wow.
Try
I normally
that in a small town.
I mostly just do the one song or 2 songs.
I get it. It's absolutely true, egg roll.
Oh my gosh. No egg roll.
No, it's absolutely true. You're just burning everything to the ground. Final Fantasy sucks. Country sucks. These things that are popular and people like them suck.
No. I didn't say suck. I just said
You listen to this talk right now. You suck. Ah, damn. The hottest of takes.
Look, if people really want hot takes, I'll make that happen on my channel. Why not?
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, definitely.
But I just feel like I don't want people to hate me though and block me afterwards.
What? Well, you can't be like spitting out hot takes and not expect something.
No.
No.
Oh, that's not how that works.
That's exactly what I am gonna do. Matter of fact.
But yeah, thanks, Trav. This was really fun, and like anyone who's here or watches the VOD, now you know a little bit more about me and why I am how I am and why I'm so nice.
So nice.
TRL.
Hater.
Yeah.
All haters.
My last thing is like, you can have so much bad happen to you, but you can choose to be the good in the bad.
Mm-hmm.
The bad doesn't define you. It doesn't make you who you are.
Absolutely agree with that. I looked for a link tree. I don't think you have one.
I do not.
Okay.
Just for like socials purposes, Discord, Twitch, and Twitter is where you can find me. And
that's it right there.
I do have an Instagram. I do have a Facebook, and I forget. Oh, and a Snapchat, but I don't use that for Twitch purposes.
Good call.
Very personal. However, I do have a TikTok. I don't post any content on there. I'm just my own personal use. But if you want to follow me there, I'll be happy to follow you back and send you memes that I think you would enjoy. And cute cat pics.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do I make you laugh over on TikTok as well? I hope.
You don't come on my For You page a lot.
That's
so
hurtful.
If I want to go, yeah. So I have to go, like for certain Twitch people
Just
that
kidding.
I want to promote, I do have to go find them so I can see their content, but
Yeah, I get it. For those who are brand new here, or if you're just lurking or anything like that, I do these. There's not really a set schedule to these. I try and do at least 2 or 3 every like month. Scheduling doesn't always work out, and or I get big timed. That was a good one. Your channel's not big enough for my presence. Oh,
dude, I honestly can't
Okay.
believe that. I mean, I can believe it happened, but
I
I'm just like, bruh, are you kidding me? Like, anytime anyone's like collab, yeah, sign me up.
yeah. I mean,
2 streamers for the price of 1, I'm down. But also, I'm easily entertained, so.
well, good thing I provide nice, cheap entertainment. Oh, man. Well, again, thank you so much for being here. Who are we rating?
Who are we rating?
Probably a Final Fantasy streamer, yeah?
Oh, God. I mean,
There are so many Final Fantasy streamers right now.
oddly enough, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe? I can't tell if they changed their gamer or not. No.
No?
It looked like they were playing Final Fantasy. Guess not.
I'll let me count here real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
4.
6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9.
See? Pretty soon it'll be just all 20.
Oh boy. Oh boy, that's a lot of people. I have a lot of Helldivers too, which is also interesting.
That's the hot game right now, isn't it?
It's the hotness right now.
Yeah.
It's the hotness right now. But if you have somebody that you would like us to raid, absolutely, we'll say it's a super cyber raid. Thank you all, everybody, for being here while Cyber possibly picks somebody. Thank you all for being here. Like I said, feel free to follow and always check out the socials to when these next things are happening. If you're not a socials person, we got the Discord as well. I'm another streamer with a Discord. And the YouTube is where these TravTalks episodes go after about a week or so. And they're looking good over there. So I'm just saying. They're looking good over there. I got Titaniums coming out on Monday, and yours will probably be the following Monday.
Oh, nice. I caught the tail end of your last one. So I was gonna watch the VOD, but it wasn't there, and I was like, well,
I know, because they go on YouTube.
Yeah, but that's fine. I'll watch it.
Because they go on YouTube. I'm trying to push the YouTube, Cyber.
Okay, yes. YouTube. Everyone go follow Trav on YouTube.
Please. I'm so close to 200, please. Feel free to stick around for the raid. If you're not sticking around for the raid, I totally understand. I know it is late for a lot of people.
It is.
But we'll make sure to get it rolling once you pick somebody. Or I can pick somebody. Totally up to you.
I messaged you.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you wanted me to put it in chat or not.
Oh, no, I got it. I follow Peace Egg.
Yeah.
I feel like I can fall asleep listening to his voice.
Yeah, surprisingly, even though he plays a lot of Phasmo, and now it looks like not Phasmo, but Phasmo-ish.
Phasmo-esque?
Yeah. It's still like a really nice vibe to like have in the background and stuff.
Agreed. Trace is great. Phasmo adjacent. That's a good word for it.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna raid into Peace Egg. Like I said, feel free to stick around for the raid. If you gotta head out, I totally get it.
But if you leave before the raid, you won't get the channel points. I'm just saying.
And there is the new Wheel of Punishment community challenge coming your way.
I'm just saying, if you need them channel points, this is a good way to get them.
It's a good way to store them up.
Yeah.
It's a good way to store them up.
Me as someone be like, oh, they're raiding now. Okay, bye. And I'm like, no, wait, my points. I gotta stick around.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You don't even gotta even do the raid message. You just gotta follow with.
No, just gotta show up and then take off.
Yeah.
Have a hard bargain. I'm just saying.
Or, yeah.
Or follow and then watch more streams and gather points that way.
Yeah, that too.
More TravTalks, more dick jokes, whatever suits your fancy. Whatever suits
I like
your
dick
fancy.
jokes.
And that's a PG streamer talking.
They're funny.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, see? Dr. Dickhead here knows. I mean, Duckhead.
It's Dickhead. Come on.
Swears. He swears. No.
I don't believe
Read
it.
his bio.
Nope.
It says. No. It says.
It's a typo. You and I are right next to each other.
Swears.
All right, everybody. Bye. Bye, everybody. Mwah.